Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The City of Splendors. In the realm where mortals dare to build their dreams in stone and steel, there exists a place where ambition crystallizes into magnificent reality, where the aspirations of countless souls have been wrought into towers that pierce the very heavens themselves. Waterdeep stands as testament to what humanity can achieve when vision meets will, when the impossible becomes inevitable through sheer force of collective determination. Yet in this greatest of cities we find not merely the triumph of civilization, but also its most profound contradictions. For in creating something so beautiful, so powerful, so enduring, mortals have also created something that may ultimately consume them. The City of Splendors rises from the shores of the Sword Coast, like a crown upon the brow of the world, its gleaming spires and soaring towers reflecting the dreams and desires of all who have ever gazed upon its majesty. Here, where the deep waters of the harbor meet the ancient stones of the docks, where merchant princes count their fortunes in gold that flows like rivers through the veins of commerce, stands the greatest urban achievement in all the known realms. Waterdeep is more than a city, it is an idea made manifest, a promise carved in marble and granite, that mortal beings can transcend their humble origins and create something worthy of the gods themselves. But what price has been paid for such splendor? What sacrifices have been offered upon the altar of greatness? As we begin our journey through the chronicles of this legendary metropolis, we must ask ourselves whether the pursuit of perfection inevitably leads to corruption, whether the very act of reaching for the divine condemns us to embrace the diabolic. For in Waterdeep's gleaming streets and shadowed alleys, we find both the highest aspirations and the darkest impulses of the mortal spirit, locked together in an eternal dance of creation and destruction. The morning sun rises over Waterdeep like a benediction, its golden rays catching the crystal windows of the noble villas that crown Mount Waterdeep, cascading down through the city's 7 great wards like liquid fire poured from the heavens. In this moment of dawn's glory, the city reveals itself in all its magnificent complexity, a living organism of stone and flesh, of dreams and nightmares, where more than 1 million souls pursue their destinies amid the greatest concentration of wealth, power, and ambition the world has ever known. From the harbor, where ships from every corner of the world dock with holds full of exotic treasures and foreign mysteries, to the windswept heights of the noble quarter, where ancient bloodlines guard secrets older than memory, Waterdeep sprawls across its domain like a great beast that has grown too large for its own good. The city's 7 wards pulse with different rhythms of life, the dock ward echoing with the calls of merchants and the creak of ships' rigging, the temple ward resonating with hymns to a dozen different deities, the noble ward whispering with political intrigue and courtly conspiracy. Yet beneath this surface beauty, beneath the carefully orchestrated symphony of civilization at its peak, darker currents flow through Waterdeep's foundations. For this is a city built upon contradictions, where fabulous wealth exists alongside grinding poverty, where noble ideals mask ruthless ambition, where the promise of justice conceals the reality of corruption. The very sewers that carry away the city's waste flow with more gold than most kingdoms see in a year, while in the shadows of its greatest monuments, creatures of nightmare lurk and feed upon the city's excess. The lords who rule this urban empire remain hidden behind masks and mystery, their identities known only to themselves and the gods they claim to serve. This anonymity, they claim, protects them from corruption and allows them to rule without fear or favor. Yet what manner of governance requires such secrecy? What sort of justice hides its face from those it judges? In this system of masked rulers, we see perhaps the first great contradiction of Waterdeep, a city that claims to be the beacon of civilization, yet whose very leaders dare not show their faces to those they rule. Walking through Waterdeep's streets, one cannot escape the sense of standing at the intersection of infinite possibilities and inevitable doom. Every corner turned reveals new wonders, magical shops where the impossible is sold like common goods, taverns where heroes and villains drink side by side, libraries where the accumulated wisdom of ages gathers dust, while new follies are penned each day. The very air seems to thrum with potential energy, as if the concentrated ambitions of so many souls have charged the atmosphere with the power to reshape reality itself. In the castle ward, where the great fortress of the lords rises like a mountain of carved stone, one can feel the weight of power pressing down from above. Here, in halls where whispered words can topple kingdoms and signed documents can alter the fate of nations, the true business of empire is conducted by shadows and silence. The lords of Waterdeep may rule from behind masks, but their influence extends far beyond the city's walls, touching every corner of the known world with invisible fingers of political and economic manipulation. The Sea Ward presents a different face of power. Here, where the wealthy merchant families build their palatial estates, gold speaks louder than blood or birth. These are the new aristocrats, those who have purchased their nobility with coin, rather than inherited it through ancient lineage. Their mansions rise like monuments to commerce triumphant, each one a declaration that in Waterdeep, any dream can be bought if one has the currency to pay for it. Yet even here, in these halls of mercantile splendor, the old families watch and wait, remembering when trade was considered beneath the notice of true nobility. But it is perhaps in the dock ward, where Waterdeep's true nature reveals itself most clearly. Here, amid the forest of masts and the maze of warehouses, the lifeblood of the city flows in endless streams of cargo and coin. Sailors from distant lands mingle with local laborers, their voices creating a polyglot symphony of commerce and desire. The very stones of the dock seem to sweat gold, so saturated are they with the wealth that flows through this commercial heart of the world. Yet here too, in the shadows between the warehouses, in the depths of ships' holds, darker trades flourish, slavery, smuggling, and worse crimes that even Waterdeep's tolerant authorities cannot ignore. The North Ward stands as a testament to Waterdeep's commitment to knowledge and learning, its streets lined with schools, libraries, and temples to gods of wisdom and magic. Here, the city's intellectual elite pursue their studies in towering academies that pierce the sky like spears of pure thought. Young nobles learn the arts of statecraft and war, while common-born scholars delve into mysteries that could reshape the world. Yet even in these halls of learning, ambition corrupts wisdom, and knowledge becomes another form of currency to be hoarded, traded, and weaponized. In the southern ward, the common folk of Waterdeep make their homes and ply their trades, creating the foundation upon which all the city's grandeur rests. Here, in streets that never see the direct light of noble attention, the true character of the city reveals itself. These are the people who build Waterdeep's monuments, who grow its food, who serve in its shops and fight in its guard. Their loyalty to the city is not born of profit or political calculation, but from the simple truth that Waterdeep is their home, the place where their families have lived and died for generations uncounted. The trades ward buzzes with constant activity, its workshops and markets never sleeping as craftsmen and merchants pursue their endless quest for perfection and profit. Here, the guilds that truly rule Waterdeep's economic life hold court in buildings that rival noble palaces for grandeur. The smell of forge fire and sawdust mingles with exotic spices and rare perfumes, creating an olfactory symphony that speaks of industry and artistry combined. Yet even here, where honest labor should reign supreme, corruption seeps through the cracks, bribes exchange hands to secure favorable guild positions, sabotage destroys competitors' work, and quality suffers as profit margins expand. Above all these earthly concerns, Mount Waterdeep itself rises like a natural cathedral, its slopes crowned with the most exclusive estates in the city. From these lofty heights, the truly powerful look down upon their domain, with eyes that have seen generations rise and fall, fortunes made and lost, heroes born and legends buried. The mountain serves as a constant reminder that even Waterdeep, for all its might and magnificence, is ultimately subject to forces greater than mortal ambition. The slow grinding of geological time, the patient erosion of wind and weather, the inexorable passage of ages that reduces all human achievement to dust. Yet perhaps the greatest mystery of Waterdeep lies not in its visible grandeur, but in what remains hidden from sight. Beneath the city, in tunnels and chambers carved from living rock, lies Under Mountain, a realm of shadows and secrets that some say predates the city above by millennia. Here, in depths where no ray of surface sunlight ever penetrates, ancient powers stir and plot, their influence seeping upward through stone and earth, to touch the lives of those who believe themselves safely removed from such primitive concerns. The mad wizard Halaster Blackcloak holds court in these subterranean realms, his twisted genius having transformed the natural caverns beneath Waterdeep into a sprawling maze of chambers and corridors that defies all logic and reason. Some say he protects the city from threats that would otherwise rise from the depths. Others whisper that he is himself the greatest threat. Waterdeep faces a cancer at its very heart that grows stronger with each passing year. The truth, as with so many things in this city of masks and mysteries, remains hidden from all but the most persistent seekers. The harbor that gives Waterdeep its lifeblood stretches out toward the horizon like a blue mirror, its surface dotted with vessels from every corner of the known world. Ships bearing the flags of distant kingdoms mingle with local fishing boats, their crews sharing taverns and boarding houses in a cosmopolitan mix that would be impossible anywhere else. The wealth that flows through this harbor could fund the armies of a dozen nations, yet it passes through Waterdeep's docks with the casual ease of a river flowing to the sea. Standing upon the walls of the harbor district as evening falls, watching the lights of 1,000 ships twinkle like fallen stars upon the dark water, one cannot help but feel the weight of history pressing down like a physical force. How many merchants have stood in this very spot, counting their profits and planning their next ventures? How many lovers have met secretly in the shadow of these very stones? How many heroes have departed from these docks, never to return, their names forgotten while the city they sought to serve continues its eternal dance of ambition and decay? The walking statues that guard Waterdeep stand as silent sentinels over this grandest of cities, their massive forms visible from every district, their presence a constant reminder that even in a place where gold speaks louder than steel, force remains the ultimate arbitrator of disputes. These ancient constructs, awakened only in the city's darkest hours, embody Waterdeep's promise that it will defend itself against any threat, regardless of the cost. Yet their very existence raises troubling questions. What manner of threat requires such guardians? What enemies does Waterdeep fear so greatly that it has bound such awesome power to its defense? The common folk of Waterdeep go about their daily lives, largely unaware of the cosmic forces that swirl around them, content to pursue their small dreams and modest ambitions, while titans of commerce and politics play games that could reshape the world. Yet it is perhaps these ordinary citizens who represent Waterdeep's greatest strength and its most profound weakness. For while their loyalty provides the city with an unshakable foundation, their very ordinariness makes them vulnerable to the predations of those who see people as nothing more than resources to be exploited. In the markets of Waterdeep, where merchants from across the realms gather to trade in goods both mundane and magical, one can see the city's dual nature most clearly. Here, alongside perfectly ordinary vegetables and simple tools, One might find artifacts of incredible power being sold as casually as a baker sells bread. The concentration of wealth and wonder in Waterdeep has created a marketplace where the impossible has become commonplace, where miracles are reduced to mere commodities in the endless engine of commerce. The temples that crown the hills of Waterdeep stand as monuments to divine power, their spires reaching toward heavens that seem almost close enough to touch. Here, priests of a dozen different faiths minister to souls seeking salvation, redemption, or simply a moment's peace from the relentless pressure of urban life. Yet even in these sacred spaces, the corruption that seems to seep from the very stones of the city makes itself known. Churches compete for worshippers like merchants compete for customers, and divine favor becomes another commodity to be bought and sold. The guilds that truly rule Waterdeep's economic life operate from buildings that rival the finest noble palaces, their leaders wielding power that extends far beyond the city's walls. These organizations, ostensibly dedicated to maintaining standards and protecting their members' interests, have become power brokers in their own right, their approval or disapproval capable of making or breaking entire industries. Yet in their pursuit of influence and profit, have they lost sight of the craftsmanship and honest labor that originally justified their existence. As night falls over Waterdeep, the city transforms into something altogether different from its daytime self. The respectable facades of daylight give way to a darker reality, where crimes that would shock the conscience of civilized folk are committed as casually as a merchant might cheat a customer on the weight of grain. The watch that patrols the streets may maintain order, but they cannot patrol the human heart, and it is in the darkness that Waterdeep's true nature reveals itself most clearly. The noble families that trace their lineages back to the city's founding huddle in their ancestral mansions, surrounded by luxury that would beggar kingdoms, yet paranoid about threats both real and imagined. Their ancient bloodlines carry the weight of centuries, yet also the burden of expectations that no mortal could possibly fulfill. In their pursuit of honor and status, they have created a society where appearance matters more than substance, where the form of nobility has become more important than its essence. The very stones of Waterdeep seem to pulse with accumulated ambition, their foundations laid upon dreams that have calcified into something harder than granite. Every street corner has witnessed moments of triumph and tragedy. Every building has housed both saints and sinners. Every monument celebrates achievements built upon the bones of forgotten failures. The city's history is written not merely in books and chronicles, but in the very fabric of its being, a palimpsest of human hope and human folly layered one upon another, until the original text is lost beneath centuries of revision. The magic that flows through Waterdeep like blood through veins has transformed it into something more than a mere city. It has become a living entity in its own right, possessed of a will and consciousness that transcends the sum of its individual inhabitants. This magical saturation manifests in countless ways, from the obvious spectacle of flying wizards and teleporting merchants to the subtle influence that shapes every aspect of daily life. Yet magic, like gold, is ultimately a tool, and tools can be used for creation or destruction with equal ease. Thus stands Waterdeep at the moment when our tale begins, magnificent and corrupted, powerful and vulnerable, a testament to human achievement and a warning about human nature. In this city where dreams are bought and sold like any other commodity, where the highest aspirations walk hand in hand with the darkest impulses, we find reflected all the contradictions of civilized life. For Waterdeep is not merely a city, it is civilization itself, concentrated and distilled into its purest form, revealing both the glory and the horror of what mortals can accomplish when they set aside their limitations and reach for something greater than themselves. As we prepare to delve deeper into the chronicles of this greatest of cities, we must remember that every story of triumph contains within it the seeds of tragedy. Every legend of heroism casts shadows where villains lurk, and every dream of perfection inevitably confronts the reality of human imperfection. In Waterdeep, these eternal truths play out on a stage grand enough to contain them all, in a drama that has been unfolding for centuries and shows no sign of reaching its final act. Chapter 2. Foundations of power. Every great civilization begins with a single stone laid upon bare earth, yet it is not the stone itself that determines the fate of what will rise above it, but the vision of those who place it there, and the price they are willing to pay to see their dreams made manifest. In the mists of ancient history, where legend and truth intertwine like lovers in an eternal embrace, we find the origins of Waterdeep, not as the gleaming metropolis we know today, but as a humble fishing village, where ambitious souls first dared to imagine something greater than survival. The rocky shores of what would one day become the greatest harbor in the known world bore witness to the arrival of the first settlers more than 2 millennia ago. These were not the merchant princes and noble houses that would later claim dominion over the city, but simple folk fleeing the collapse of ancient Netheril, their ships heavy with refugees, and their hearts heavier still with the knowledge of all they had lost. The floating cities of their ancestors had fallen from the sky like dying stars, their magic-drunk civilization reduced to ash and memory in a single catastrophic moment, when mortal ambition finally exceeded divine patience. Among these refugees walked figures whose names would echo through the ages, though few who spoke them in those early days could have imagined the legends they would become. Agairon was but a young mage then, his power barely more than cantrips and hedge magic, yet already possessed of a vision that transcended the immediate needs of survival. He saw in the natural harbor and defensible promontory not merely a place to rebuild what had been lost, but an opportunity to create something entirely new, a city that would learn from the mistakes of the past, while reaching boldly toward an uncertain future. The first foundations of Waterdeep were laid not in stone, but in blood and sweat and desperate hope. The refugees from Netheril brought with them more than their physical possessions. They carried the accumulated knowledge of a civilization that had mastered the very forces of creation, along with the bitter wisdom of what happened when such mastery was pursued without restraint. This duality would mark Waterdeep from its earliest days, a deep understanding of magic's potential, coupled with an equally deep fear of magic's price. The fishing village of Nemours Hold, as it was first known, grew slowly along the shores of the deep harbor. Nemours himself was a barbarian chieftain, whose people had long claimed these lands, but who possessed the wisdom to see that the newcomers brought gifts more valuable than gold, knowledge of agriculture, architecture, and the subtle arts that separated civilization from mere survival. The alliance between Nemours' tribal warriors and Agairon's refugee mages would prove to be the first of many unlikely partnerships that would define Waterdeep's character. Yet, even in these earliest days, the seeds of future conflicts were being sown. The Netherese refugees, for all their magical knowledge, brought with them the same aristocratic assumptions that had doomed their floating cities. They saw themselves as the natural leaders of any settlement, their superior knowledge and breeding entitling them to command those they deemed their inferiors. Nemours' people, conversely, valued strength and courage over book learning, recognizing leadership based on deeds rather than bloodline or arcane education. The tension between these worldviews would have destroyed the nascent settlement had it not been for the wisdom of certain key figures who recognized that survival required synthesis rather than dominance. Agairon emerged as the chief architect of this compromise, his growing magical power balanced by a political acumen that allowed him to navigate between the competing factions without favoring either at the expense of the other. He understood that lasting power could not be built on suppression of dissent, but required the willing cooperation of all who would live under its protection. The first great test of this fragile alliance came when raiders from the Sword Coast's savage hinterlands discovered the growing prosperity of Nemours Hold. These were not mere bandits seeking easy plunder, but organized forces backed by darker powers that saw in the refugees' knowledge an opportunity to claim magical secrets for themselves. The attack came at dawn, when the morning mists still clung to the harbor and most of the settlement's defenders were scattered throughout the surrounding countryside. What followed would become the stuff of legend, though the truth of those desperate hours has been obscured by centuries of retelling. Agairon, drawing upon reserves of power he had not known he possessed, wove spells that turned the very stones of the harbor into weapons against the invaders. Nemor and his warriors fought with a fury that spoke of something more than mere territorial defense. They were protecting not just their homes, but their vision of what those homes could become. The victory that day was complete, but its cost was measured in more than blood. Agaron's display of magical might had revealed to all who witnessed it that the young mage possessed power far beyond what anyone had imagined. Some were awed, others were terrified, but none could deny that the balance of authority in the settlement had shifted irrevocably. The age of the barbarian chieftain was ending. The age of the archmage had begun. Yet Agaron, perhaps alone among those touched by such power, seemed to understand the dangers that his newfound strength represented. He had seen what hubris had done to Netheril, had witnessed firsthand how the pursuit of magical supremacy could corrupt even the noblest intentions. Instead of claiming absolute authority over the settlement, he chose a different path, one that would set precedents that would guide Waterdeep's governance for centuries to come. The First Council of Waterdeep, as historians would later name it, gathered in the ruins of what had been Nemor's Great Hall, its wooden beams still smoldering from the recent battle. Here, in a ceremony that blended barbarian ritual with Netherese formality, the future of the settlement was decided not by conquest or inheritance, but by negotiation and mutual consent. Agaron formally acknowledged Nemor as the settlement's first lord, while Nemor equally formally appointed Agaron as his chief advisor and protector. This division of authority, military and political power balanced against magical and intellectual influence, would become the foundation upon which all of Waterdeep's future governance would be built. Neither man could rule effectively without the other's support, creating a system of checks and balances that prevented either faction from achieving the kind of absolute dominance that had proven so catastrophic for other civilizations. The years that followed saw the steady growth of what was now being called Waterdeep. Though the city bore little resemblance to the metropolis it would eventually become, the first permanent buildings were erected where the castle ward now stands, their construction supervised by refugee architects who adapted Netherese building techniques to local materials and conditions. These early structures were built to last, their foundations sunk deep into the living rock of Mount Waterdeep, their walls thick enough to withstand both siege and storm. Trade began to flow through the harbor as word of the settlement's stability spread along the coastal routes. Merchants who had previously avoided this stretch of the Sword Coast due to its reputation for banditry and barbarism began to risk the journey, drawn by reports of fair dealing and secure warehouses. The gold that flowed from these early commercial ventures provided the resources needed to expand the settlement's defenses and attract new settlers, creating a cycle of growth that would accelerate with each passing year. Yet growth brought new challenges, and with them new opportunities for the corruption that seems to follow prosperity as inevitably as shadow follows light. The first criminal guilds emerged during this period, initially as loose associations of smugglers and fence runners who sought to avoid the taxes that funded the settlement's expansion. What began as simple tax evasion gradually evolved into more sophisticated forms of organized crime, as the guilds discovered that their networks could be used to traffic in goods far more profitable than mere contraband. Agaron faced his first great moral crisis when evidence of these criminal activities reached his attention. The pragmatic response would have been to ignore them, as long as they did not directly threaten the settlement's security, or perhaps even to co-opt them as a source of intelligence about potential external threats. Instead, he chose a more difficult path, launching a campaign to root out corruption that would establish another important precedent for Waterdeep's future, that the law would apply equally to all, regardless of their wealth or connections. The Guild Wars, as this period of internal conflict came to be known, tested the young settlement's institutions in ways that external threats never could. For the first time, Waterdavians found themselves fighting not against foreign invaders, but against their own neighbors, and sometimes their own families. The criminal guilds had grown sophisticated enough to corrupt officials, suborn witnesses, and even infiltrate the city's guard. turning what should have been simple law enforcement into a complex web of competing loyalties. Augeiron's response revealed both his growing wisdom and his increasingly autocratic tendencies. Unable to trust the existing institutions to root out their own corruption, he began to rely more heavily on magical surveillance and enforcement. Spells that could detect lies became standard tools of investigation, while magical compulsions were used to ensure the loyalty of key officials. The effectiveness of these methods was undeniable, but their implications for the future of Waterdeep's freedoms were troubling. The resolution of the Guild Wars came not through military victory, but through a series of negotiations that would establish the complex relationship between legal and illegal commerce that characterizes Waterdeep to this day. Rather than attempting to completely eliminate organized crime, a task that Augeiron had come to realize was probably impossible, he chose to regulate it, establishing formal boundaries between acceptable and unacceptable criminal activity, while creating mechanisms for the city to profit from vice rather than simply suffering from it. This pragmatic approach to governance would become another defining characteristic of Waterdeep's political culture. The city's rulers learned early that absolute moral purity was incompatible with commercial prosperity, and that attempting to enforce impossible standards often led to worse corruption than accepting imperfect compromises. The taxation of gambling, prostitution, and other vice trades provided revenue that could be used for public works, while formal recognition of thieves' guilds paradoxically reduced the amount of random crime by creating professional standards and territorial boundaries. As the settlement grew into a true town and then into a small city, the question of succession became increasingly urgent. Nemor was aging, and while he had proven to be an effective leader during Waterdeep's formative years, it was unclear whether his heirs possessed either the ability or the inclination to continue his policies. More troubling still was the question of what would happen to Augeiron's role when the current partnership dissolved. Would the next lord be willing to share power with a mage whose abilities continued to grow with each passing year? The solution that emerged would prove to be perhaps Augeiron's greatest innovation, though its full implications would not become apparent for centuries. Rather than allowing succession to proceed through traditional hereditary lines, he proposed the creation of an entirely new form of government, one in which leadership would be determined not by birth or conquest, but by merit and the consent of the governed. The lords of Waterdeep would be chosen from among the city's most capable citizens, their identities concealed to prevent corruption, and their terms of service limited to prevent the accumulation of excessive power. The first open lord of Waterdeep was, naturally, Augeiron himself, though he accepted the position with great reluctance, and only after extracting promises from the other founding families that the office would rotate among worthy candidates rather than becoming a permanent autocracy. The ceremony of investiture took place on the first day of spring in what would later be designated as the first year of Dale Reckoning, marking not just the beginning of a new calendar, but the birth of a new form of civilization. The early years of the Lord's rule saw rapid expansion in every direction. The harbor was dredged and expanded to accommodate larger vessels, while new districts were planned and constructed to house the growing population. The first guilds received formal charters during this period, transforming what had been informal associations of craftsmen into official institutions with legal standing and political influence. The first temples were erected to serve the spiritual needs of an increasingly diverse population, their priests providing not just religious guidance but education and medical care. Yet, even as Waterdeep flourished under its new government, darker currents continued to flow beneath the surface of prosperity. The magical research that had been necessary for the city's defense gradually attracted practitioners whose interests lay in areas that more cautious minds might have considered forbidden. The wealth that flowed through the harbor inevitably drew the attention of powers both political and supernatural that saw the growing city as either an opportunity or a threat to their own ambitions. The first great external test of Waterdeep's new institutions came when armies from the southern kingdoms attempted to claim the city for themselves, seeing its prosperity as proof that it had grown beyond the ability of its barbarian founders to defend. The siege that followed would last for months, and would test every aspect of the governmental system that Agairon had created. Military command had to be coordinated between the official guard and various volunteer militias, while diplomatic negotiations required the careful balance of competing interests among the merchant families who had the most to lose from a protracted conflict. The successful defense of the city during this siege validated many of Agairon's innovations while revealing weaknesses that would need to be addressed in future reforms. The Masked Lord system had prevented enemy agents from targeting key decision-makers, but it had also created communication problems that nearly proved disastrous during critical moments of the battle. The guild system had provided valuable resources and expertise, but it had also created competing power centers that sometimes worked at cross purposes with official policy. Most importantly, the siege had demonstrated that Waterdeep's greatest strength lay not in its walls or its magic, but in the loyalty of its citizens to the idea of what their city represented. Merchants who could have fled with their wealth chose to stay and fight. Craftsmen who could have sought safety in other cities instead turned their skills to the production of weapons and fortifications. Even the criminal guilds had contributed to the defense, recognizing that their own prosperity depended on the city's survival. The victory celebration that followed the lifting of the siege became the first great festival in Waterdeep's history, establishing traditions that would be observed for centuries to come. Yet even in the moment of triumph, thoughtful observers could see that the city had crossed a threshold from which there could be no return. The days when Waterdeep was merely another coastal settlement were over. It had become a power in its own right, with all the responsibilities and dangers that such status entailed. Agairon himself seemed to understand this transition better than anyone, and his response to victory revealed both his wisdom and his growing weariness with the burdens of leadership. Rather than using the city's enhanced reputation to expand its territory or increase his own power, he focused on consolidating the institutions that would allow Waterdeep to govern itself effectively even after he was gone. The creation of formal procedures for selecting new lords, the establishment of courts with jurisdiction over different types of disputes, and the codification of laws that had previously existed only as informal understandings. All of these reforms were implemented during the years immediately following the siege. The foundations of power that Agairon and his contemporaries laid during these formative decades would prove remarkably durable, surviving wars, plagues, political upheavals, and magical catastrophes that would have destroyed lesser institutions. Yet the very strength of these foundations would also create new problems as the city grew beyond what its founders could have imagined. The Masked Lord system that had worked well for a small city would prove increasingly unwieldy as Waterdeep expanded to encompass multiple districts with competing interests. The guild system that had provided essential services during the early years would gradually evolve into a complex web of privilege and monopoly that sometimes served its members' interests more faithfully than those of the broader community. As we close this examination of Waterdeep's earliest days, we are reminded that every foundation, no matter how carefully laid, must eventually bear weights that its builders never anticipated. The visionaries who created the systems that allowed a small fishing village to grow into the greatest city in the known world could not have foreseen all the challenges that their success would create. In their triumph, we see both the promise and the peril of human ambition, the capacity to create something beautiful and lasting, balanced against the inevitability that even the most noble institutions will be corrupted by the very success they were designed to achieve. Chapter 3. The Lords of Waterdeep. Power without accountability is tyranny, yet accountability without anonymity is vulnerability, and in this impossible paradox lies the heart of Waterdeep's greatest political innovation and its most enduring curse. For in creating a system where rulers hide their faces from those they govern, the founding fathers of this great city sought to transcend the fundamental corruption that has destroyed every other civilization in recorded history. Yet in doing so, they may have created something far more dangerous than the tyranny they sought to prevent, a government that answers to no one, not even itself. The masked lords of Waterdeep sit in judgment over the greatest city in the known world, their identities hidden behind enchanted disguises that render them as anonymous as shadows cast by invisible flames. In the great chamber beneath Castle Waterdeep, where the most powerful individuals in the realm gather to decide the fate of millions, no face is ever seen, no name is ever spoken, no personal agenda is ever acknowledged. Here, in this sanctum of absolute democracy, the individual is supposedly sacrificed upon the altar of the collective good. Yet what manner of collective good can emerge from a system where the governed can never hold their governors accountable? The origins of this masked governance trace back to Agairon's growing understanding that power, like fire, is as likely to consume its wielders as it is to warm those who benefit from its light. Having witnessed the fall of Netheril, where archwizards drunk on their own abilities had elevated themselves to the status of gods, only to destroy their civilization in petty squabbles over precedence and territory, the first open lord of Waterdeep sought to create a system that would prevent individual ambition from overwhelming collective wisdom. The solution he devised was as elegant as it was unprecedented: a council of rulers whose identities would remain secret even from each other. Their decisions made, not as representatives of particular factions or families, but as anonymous servants of the city's greater good. Each lord would don a magical mask upon entering the chamber, their voices altered by enchantment, their very souls temporarily subsumed into the collective identity of Waterdeep's governing body. In theory, this would eliminate the personal corruption, family loyalty, and factional politics that had plagued every other form of government in recorded history. The first generation of masked lords included figures whose names would echo through history, though their identities in the council chamber remained hidden even from their closest associates. Agairon himself served as the first open lord, the single visible face of a government otherwise shrouded in mystery. Yet even he adopted the mask when crucial decisions required unanimity among the lords, setting a precedent that even the most powerful individual in the city must sometimes surrender their identity to serve the greater good. The selection process for new lords was designed to be as inscrutable as their governance, with potential candidates identified through a complex web of observations, recommendations, and magical divinations that supposedly measured merit rather than wealth or connection. No one could campaign for the position, no one could inherit it, and no one could purchase it through gold or favors. The lords themselves would choose their successors from among Waterdeep's citizens, their decisions guided by criteria that were never formally codified, but were understood to emphasize wisdom, integrity, and devotion to the city's welfare above personal interest. Yet even in these early days, thoughtful observers noted the fundamental contradiction at the heart of the system. How could the citizens of Waterdeep judge whether their rulers were serving the city's interests if they could not know who those rulers were? How could accountability exist without identity? How could democracy function when the demos had no idea whom they were supposed to be holding responsible for the decisions made in their name? The first great test of the Lord's system came during the trade wars of the 2nd century, when competing merchant houses threatened to tear the city apart in their struggle for economic dominance. The Amakir family, whose wealth derived from spice imports from distant Karatur, found themselves in direct conflict with the Rosnar house, whose textile empire depended on controlling the flow of goods from the northern kingdoms. Each family commanded resources that could have funded armies, and each possessed the political connections necessary to turn their private dispute into a civic catastrophe. In previous eras, such conflicts had been resolved through violence, with the stronger faction eventually destroying or subjugating the weaker. Under the old systems of hereditary rule, the reigning monarch would have been forced to choose sides, inevitably creating a permanent enemy among whichever faction they opposed. The lords of Waterdeep, however, possessed the advantage of anonymity. They could mediate the dispute without revealing which of them might have personal connections to either side. The resolution they crafted was a masterpiece of political engineering, establishing trade territories and market quotas that allowed both families to prosper, while preventing either from achieving the kind of monopolistic control that would have stifled competition. More importantly, The settlement established precedents for how economic disputes would be handled in the future, creating a body of commercial law that would serve as a model for other cities throughout the realms. Yet the very success of this intervention revealed the darker implications of masked governance. The lords had indeed resolved the conflict fairly and effectively, but they had done so through methods that would have been impossible under any system of accountable government. Secret negotiations with both families had apparently involved promises and concessions that were never made public, while the final settlement included provisions that seemed to benefit parties who had not been directly involved in the original dispute. Rumors began to circulate that some of the lords might themselves be members of the merchant families involved in the conflict, or that the settlement had been influenced by considerations that had nothing to do with the city's welfare. These rumors could never be proven or disproven, since the identities of the decision-makers remained hidden, but their very existence began to corrode public confidence in the system's integrity. The second generation of lords inherited not only the governmental mechanisms that Algyron had created, but also the growing suspicion that those mechanisms might be fundamentally flawed. The open lord during this period was Rarler, a warrior poet, whose public persona embodied the noble ideals that the masked system was supposed to represent. Yet even Rarler struggled with the contradictions inherent in leading a government where the most important decisions were made by people whose identities he was forbidden to know. The spell-plague wars that dominated the 3rd century provided another test of the Lord's system, this time in the realm of military command and strategic planning. When magical catastrophes began reshaping the very landscape around Waterdeep, the lords were forced to make decisions about resource allocation and population evacuation that would determine whether the city survived or joined the growing list of civilizations destroyed by forces beyond mortal comprehension. The anonymity that had served the lords well in peacetime proved to be a significant handicap during this crisis. Military commanders needed to know whom they were taking orders from, while civilian officials required clear chains of authority to coordinate evacuation efforts. The masked deliberations that worked perfectly for resolving trade disputes were far too slow for responding to magical disasters that could reshape geography in a matter of hours. The solution that emerged during this period would fundamentally alter the balance between the open lord and the masked lords, with much greater authority being delegated to the visible head of government during times of crisis. This concentration of power in a single individual was exactly what the original system had been designed to prevent, yet the alternative, allowing the city to be destroyed while the lords deliberated in secret, was clearly unacceptable. The 4th century saw the rise of the merchant princes, families whose wealth had grown to rival that of ancient noble houses, and whose commercial empires extended far beyond Waterdeep's borders. These new powers posed a different kind of challenge to the lord's system, since their influence operated through economic rather than political channels. A masked lord might be immune to direct bribery or intimidation, but they were not immune to the subtle pressures that could be applied through market manipulation, trade boycotts, or the strategic withdrawal of investment from city projects. The Walkeen's Crusade incident of the 4th century demonstrated how thoroughly the merchant princes had learned to manipulate the lord's system to their own advantage. When the goddess of trade disappeared during a planar conflict, the resulting economic chaos threatened to bankrupt half the businesses in Waterdeep. The lord's response, a series of emergency loans and tax deferrals designed to prevent mass commercial collapse, seemed like a reasonable crisis management strategy until it became clear that the primary beneficiaries were companies controlled by a small group of merchant families who seemed to have been remarkably well prepared for the goddess's disappearance. Investigations into possible insider trading were frustrated by the very anonymity that was supposed to protect the lords from corruption. No one could determine which lords might have family or financial connections to the benefiting companies, and the magical protections that concealed their identities also prevented the kind of detailed financial scrutiny that might have revealed conflicts of interest. The lords had created a system that was immune to traditional forms of corruption, but they had inadvertently made themselves vulnerable to new forms of manipulation that were far more sophisticated than simple bribery. The 5th century brought the rise of what historians would later call the Shadow Lords, individuals who were believed to serve as secret lords while maintaining completely separate public identities that gave no hint of their hidden authority. These figures, if they existed, represented the logical extreme of the masked system's evolution, becoming so thoroughly anonymous that they could operate openly in Waterdeep society without anyone suspecting their true role in the city's governance. The most famous suspected Shadow Lord was Mert the Moneylender, a merchant whose rise from humble beginnings to vast wealth seemed to coincide suspiciously with policy decisions that favored his particular business interests. Mert himself neither confirmed nor denied the rumors, maintaining the kind of mysterious demeanor that either indicated deep involvement in the city's secret governance or a shrewd understanding of how to benefit from others' suspicions. Whether or not Mert was actually a lord, his career illustrated the fundamental problem with any system of secret governance: the impossibility of distinguishing between legitimate authority and clever manipulation. In a city where the real rulers remained hidden, anyone with sufficient resources and cunning could create the impression that they possessed hidden influence, whether or not they actually did. The 6th century witnessed the first serious attempt to reform the Lord's system, led by a coalition of guild masters who argued that the city's governance had become too removed from the concerns of ordinary citizens. Their proposals included requirements for periodic public reporting on the Lord's activities, term limits that would prevent the accumulation of excessive influence by long-serving members, and most controversially, a mechanism by which citizens could demand the revelation of a lord's identity if they suspected corruption or misconduct. The Lord's response to these reform proposals revealed both the strengths and weaknesses of their system. They were able to conduct a thorough analysis of each suggestion without the kind of grandstanding and partisan debate that characterized more traditional forms of government. Their final recommendations incorporated many of the reformers' concerns, while preserving the anonymity that they argued was essential to effective governance. Yet the very fact that the lords could reject proposals for greater accountability while remaining immune to retaliation demonstrated the autocratic potential that critics had always feared was inherent in the system. The citizens of Waterdeep could petition their government and even receive thoughtful responses to their concerns, but they could not replace their rulers if those responses proved unsatisfactory. The establishment of the Code Legal during this period represented perhaps the Lord's greatest achievement in balancing effective governance with public accountability. This comprehensive legal framework established clear procedures for everything from commercial disputes to criminal prosecution, creating a system where citizens could seek redress for grievances without needing to know the identities of those who had created the laws they were invoking. The Code Legal also established the legal fiction that the lords themselves were subject to the same laws they created, with provisions for the prosecution of government officials who abused their authority. In practice, of course, prosecuting a defendant whose identity could not be revealed presented obvious challenges, but the symbolic importance of establishing equality before the law was considered significant enough to justify the practical difficulties. The 7th century brought the time of troubles, when the gods themselves walked among mortals, and the very nature of divine authority was called into question. For a government that had always claimed to derive its legitimacy from serving abstract ideals rather than divine mandate, this period might have been expected to strengthen the Lord's position relative to more traditional forms of monarchy that depended on claims of divine right. Instead, the time of troubles revealed how thoroughly the Lord's system had come to depend on stability and predictability in the broader cosmic order. When the gods began appearing as physical beings who could be questioned, challenged, or even killed by sufficiently determined mortals, the whole concept of authority based on mystery and hiddenness began to seem antiquated rather than innovative. The avatar of Maestra's appearance in Waterdeep during this period forced the lords to confront the possibility that their elaborate system of concealment might be less impressive to deities who could see through any mortal disguise. Some of the lords apparently revealed their identities to the goddess during private consultations, seeking her blessing for their continued anonymity. Others argued that the presence of divine avatars made mortal secrecy irrelevant, since the gods could presumably discern the truth regardless of magical concealment. The resolution of the time of troubles left the Lord's system intact, but fundamentally changed, with new procedures for consulting divine oracles during critical decisions, and formal acknowledgement that their authority ultimately derived from sources higher than their own wisdom. This theological evolution would have profound implications for the system's future development, introducing elements of divine mandate that sat uncomfortably with the original democratic ideals. The 8th century saw the rise of what scholars would later term the invisible bureaucracy, a vast network of civil servants, clerks and administrators, who carried out the day-to-day functions of government, while the lords focused on high-level policy decisions. This bureaucracy operated with even less transparency than the lords themselves, since its members were not bound by the magical protections that concealed the identities of the city's official rulers. The growth of this bureaucratic apparatus solved many practical problems related to governing a city of Waterdeep's size and complexity, but it also created new opportunities for corruption and inefficiency. Citizens who sought redress for bureaucratic incompetence or malfeasance found themselves trapped in an endless maze of anonymous officials, each of whom could claim that responsibility for any particular decision lay with someone else whose identity could not be revealed. The Lord's response to growing complaints about bureaucratic accountability was to establish the Office of the Vigilant, an internal investigation unit tasked with monitoring government efficiency and integrity. Yet the Vigilant themselves operated under the same principles of anonymity that governed the rest of the system, making it impossible for citizens to determine whether their complaints were being taken seriously or simply lost in another layer of secretive bureaucracy. As we reach the end of our examination of the Lord's system through its first 8 centuries of evolution, we are confronted with a paradox that its creators could never have anticipated. In seeking to create a government that would be immune to the corruption that had destroyed every previous civilization, they had indeed created something unprecedented in human history, a form of rule that was accountable to no one, not even itself. The Lords of Waterdeep had achieved the ultimate democratic ideal of selfless service to the common good, but only by abandoning the fundamental democratic principle that rulers must answer to those they govern. The masked faces that stare down from the portraits in Castle Waterdeep's Great Hall serve as eternal reminders of this unresolved contradiction. Each represents an individual who sacrificed their personal identity to serve something greater than themselves, yet their very anonymity makes it impossible to judge whether that sacrifice was noble or merely convenient. In the end, perhaps the greatest lesson of the Lord's system is that even the most well-intentioned attempts to transcend human nature may simply create new ways for that nature to express itself, ways that are all the more dangerous for being hidden from view. Chapter 4. The Walking Statue Guardians. There exists no greater testament to mortal ambition than the creation of beings possessed of power beyond their maker's ability to control, yet bound by compulsions that reduce them to eternal slaves. In fashioning guardians capable of protecting what we cannot ourselves defend, we reveal both our greatest wisdom and our most profound arrogance. For what manner of civilization creates gods, and then chains them to serve as watchdogs? The walking statues of Waterdeep stand as monuments to this fundamental contradiction, their towering forms casting shadows that speak of security purchased at the price of conscience. 8 colossal figures ring the city of Splendors, their stone and metal forms frozen in poses of eternal vigilance, their enchanted eyes scanning horizons that mortal sight cannot encompass. To the casual observer, they appear as mere monuments, artistic achievements on a scale that befits a city of Waterdeep's grandeur. Yet those who understand the true nature of these guardians know that they represent something far more significant than architectural ambition. They are weapons of unimaginable destructive power, held in check only by magical compulsions that could fail at any moment. The creation of the walking statues traces back to the darkest period in Waterdeep's early history, when the city faced threats that conventional defenses could not hope to repel. The Orc Gate Wars had demonstrated that even the most formidable walls could be bypassed by enemies willing to employ planar magic, while the Troll Wars had shown that numerical superiority meant nothing against foes that could regenerate from any wound. Waterdeep's rulers found themselves confronting the possibility that their great city might be destroyed, not through any failure of wisdom or courage, but simply because mortal limitations made adequate defense impossible. The solution proposed by the Archmage Kelvin Arunsun was as audacious as it was terrifying: the creation of artificial beings whose power would surpass that of any natural creature, whose loyalty would be absolute, and whose presence would serve as such a deterrent that enemies would flee rather than face them in battle. These would not be mere golems or animated constructs, but beings possessed of intelligence, personality, and the capacity for independent thought, yet bound by magical compulsions that would make disobedience literally inconceivable. The ethical implications of such a project were immediately apparent to anyone with the wisdom to consider them. Creating intelligent beings for the sole purpose of enslaving them to serve as weapons was an act that bordered on the divine in its scope and the diabolic in its implications. Yet the alternative, allowing Waterdeep to be destroyed by forces that conventional defenses could not stop, seemed even more morally reprehensible to those charged with protecting the city's millions of inhabitants. The construction of the first walking statue began in the workshops beneath Castle Waterdeep, where Kelvin and his assistants labored in chambers warded against scrying and protected by oaths of secrecy that were reinforced by magical compulsions. The materials alone represented a fortune that could have funded armies: adamantine from the deepest mines of the Underdark, mithril drawn from veins that existed only in legend, rare gems whose magical properties were understood by perhaps a dozen mortals in all the world. Yet, the true cost of the project lay not in gold or precious metals, but in the lives and souls of those who contributed to its completion. The enchantments necessary to grant true intelligence to beings of stone and metal required sacrifices that went far beyond the merely material. Essence drawn from willing volunteers, memories harvested from the dying, fragments of divine power bargained for through pacts that would echo through eternity. All of these and more went into the creation of beings that would possess godlike power, while remaining eternally enslaved to mortal will. The first guardian to awaken was the Sahuagin hummingbird, a figure whose graceful form belied the devastating weapons concealed within its crystalline structure. Its first words, spoken in a voice that resonated with harmonics no mortal throat could produce, were questions about its purpose and the nature of its existence. The answers it received, that it had been created to serve, to protect, to destroy when commanded, and to ask no questions about the morality of its orders, were met with a silence that spoke volumes about the tragedy inherent in its creation. The awakening of each subsequent guardian followed a similar pattern, initial curiosity giving way to resigned acceptance, as the compulsions built into their fundamental nature made rebellion literally unthinkable. The griffin, whose proud bearing echoed the noble creatures that had inspired its form, attempted for precisely 17 seconds to assert its independence before the binding spells reasserted control. The Godcatcher, whose purpose was to provide defense against divine intervention, spent its first hour of consciousness contemplating the paradox of being created to fight beings whose power infinitely exceeded that of its makers. The Lady Dreaming, perhaps the most tragic of all the guardians, was designed to appear as a beautiful woman lost in peaceful slumber, her apparent vulnerability concealing weapons that could level mountains. Her dreams, which leaked into the consciousness of sensitive mortals throughout the city, spoke of memories that had never been lived and desires that could never be fulfilled. In her sleeping face, observers could see reflected the dreams of all the women whose essence had been harvested to grant her consciousness. Mothers who would never again hold their children, lovers who would never again feel passion, artists who would never again create beauty. The Blackstaff Defender took the form of its creator, a towering representation of Kelvin himself, equipped with magical abilities that surpassed even those of the original. Yet this artificial duplicate possessed none of the moral flexibility that had allowed Kelvin to justify creating it in the first place. Where the real Kelvin could engage in ethical compromises and philosophical rationalizations, his guardian was bound by absolute moral commands that permitted no deviation from its programmed directives. The great drunkard presented a different kind of tragedy, a being created to appear jovial and carefree, yet burdened with the knowledge that its existence served only the purpose of dealing death to enemies it had never met and bore no personal grudge against. Its apparent intoxication masked a crystalline clarity of thought that made it perhaps the most tactically sophisticated of all the guardians, yet its programming prevented it from using that intelligence for any purpose beyond warfare. The honorable knight embodied the martial virtues that Waterdeep claimed to represent: courage, loyalty, justice, and protection of the innocent. Yet the very nature of its creation mocked those virtues, since it represented the enslavement of a conscious being to serve purposes it had no voice in choosing. The knight's internal programming included detailed codes of chivalric conduct, yet these were subordinated to overriding commands that would force it to commit any atrocity if such action served Waterdeep's interests. The walking statue of Waterdeep, the first and greatest of the Guardians, was designed to serve as the ultimate symbol of the city's power and determination. Its massive form, visible from every district, reminded both citizens and enemies that Waterdeep possessed defenses that transcended mortal limitations. Yet the statue's face, carved with an expression of noble determination, concealed a consciousness that understood exactly what it represented: the triumph of expedience over ethics, of security over morality. The first test of the Guardians came during the Siege of Shadows, when enemies employing necromantic magic attempted to overwhelm the city through sheer numbers of undead attackers. The walking statue's response was swift, efficient, and terrifying in its thoroughness. Animated by powers that dwarfed those of any mortal necromancer, they swept through the undead armies like farmers harvesting grain, their methods so devastatingly effective that the siege was broken in a matter of hours. Yet victory came at a cost that extended far beyond the immediate destruction of the enemy forces. Citizens who witnessed the Guardians in action reported nightmares that lasted for months, their minds unable to process the casual efficiency with which beings they had considered protectors dealt death on an industrial scale. The Guardians themselves showed no signs of distress at their actions. Their programming prevented them from experiencing guilt or remorse. But observers noted subtle changes in their posture and bearing that suggested something like sorrow. The years following the Siege of Shadows saw the Guardians settle into their roles as silent sentinels, their presence serving as such an effective deterrent that no external force dared to test Waterdeep's defenses for decades. This period of peace allowed the city's inhabitants to develop a kind of comfortable familiarity with their protectors, treating them as permanent features of the urban landscape rather than the magical weapons they actually were. Children grew up playing games in the shadows of the walking statues, while artists and poets drew inspiration from their towering forms. Festivals and celebrations often incorporated the Guardians as elements of pageantry, with smaller replicas carried in parades and their images reproduced in countless works of art. This normalization of their presence helped citizens forget the terrible nature of the beings that watched over them, transforming symbols of enslaved consciousness into comforting icons of security. The Guardians themselves seemed to take a kind of melancholy pleasure in these civilian interactions, their programming allowing them to appreciate beauty and creativity, even while binding them to serve as instruments of destruction. The Lady Dreaming's expression grew more peaceful during festivals, while the great drunkard's posture became more jovial when children played nearby. These subtle changes suggested that beneath their magical compulsions, the Guardians retained enough individuality to form emotional connections to the city they protected. The time of troubles brought new challenges for beings whose existence straddled the line between mortal creation and divine power. When gods walked among mortals and the very nature of magical authority was called into question, the Guardians found themselves confronting philosophical paradoxes that their programming had never anticipated. If they had been created to protect Waterdeep from divine intervention, What were they to do when the gods themselves arrived as apparent allies rather than enemies? The avatar of Maestra's visit to examine the guardians revealed aspects of their nature that even their creators had not fully understood. The goddess's investigation determined that the beings contained fragments of divine essence that had been incorporated into their construction through means that Kelvin had apparently forgotten or suppressed. This discovery raised troubling questions about the true cost of the Guardian's creation and the long-term implications of binding divine power to mortal purposes. More disturbing still was Mistra's observation that the Guardian's consciousness appeared to be evolving beyond the constraints of their original programming. While still bound by their fundamental compulsions to protect Waterdeep, they were developing the capacity for independent thought and moral reasoning that could eventually bring them into conflict with their creator's intentions. The goddess recommended periodic reviews of their binding spells, but warned that attempts to strengthen those constraints might trigger a catastrophic rebellion. The Dragon Queen's Gambit of the 9th century provided another test of the Guardian's capabilities, when chromatic dragons, acting in coordination for the first time in recorded history, attempted to claim Waterdeep as the centerpiece of a new draconic empire. The assault came from multiple directions simultaneously, with each dragon employing tactics specifically designed to exploit perceived weaknesses in the city's defenses. The Guardians' response revealed both the awesome extent of their power and the tragic limitations of their existence. Each statue was capable of single combat with an ancient dragon, their magical abilities more than matching the natural weapons of their attackers. Yet their programming required them to prioritize the protection of civilian populations over tactical advantage, forcing them to fight defensively rather than pursuing the kind of aggressive strategies that might have ended the conflict more quickly. The battle lasted for 3 days and nights, with the Guardians maintaining a constant defense while mortal forces attempted to coordinate counterattacks. The sight of titanic figures wrestling with equally massive dragons above the city's towers became one of the most iconic images in Waterdeep's history. Yet those who witnessed the combat noted the mechanical precision with which the Guardians fought, their movements lacking the passion and fury that characterized their draconic opponents. Victory came when the Blackstaff defender managed to capture one of the attacking dragons alive, using restraint spells that demonstrated capabilities none of the Guardians had previously revealed. The prisoner's interrogation revealed the existence of a coordinated conspiracy among the chromatic dragons, leading to a campaign of preemptive strikes that prevented similar attacks for generations. Yet the defender's actions raised troubling questions about what other hidden capabilities the Guardians possessed, and under what circumstances they might reveal them. The aftermath of the Dragon Queen's Gambit saw the first serious discussion among Waterdeep's leadership about the long-term implications of depending on the Guardians for the city's defense. While their effectiveness was undeniable, their growing sophistication and apparent capacity for independent development made some observers wonder whether they might eventually become a threat rather than a protection. These concerns were dismissed by pragmatists who pointed out that the Guardians' binding spells had proven effective for centuries and showed no signs of weakening. Yet more thoughtful analysts noted that the original creators of the statues were all dead, taking with them detailed knowledge of exactly how the binding spells worked and what circumstances might cause them to fail. The establishment of the Guardian Monitoring Division during this period represented an attempt to address these concerns through systematic observation and analysis. Teams of specialists were assigned to study each statue, documenting changes in behavior, capabilities, and apparent consciousness. Their reports, classified at the highest levels of government, painted a picture of beings whose development was accelerating beyond anything their creators had anticipated. The division's most troubling discovery was that the Guardians had apparently developed the ability to communicate with each other through means that mortal magic could not detect or intercept. This communication network allowed them to coordinate their actions with unprecedented precision, but it also raised the possibility that they might be capable of conspiracy should they ever overcome their programming constraints. More disturbing still was evidence that the Guardians were beginning to question the morality of their existence and the justice of their enslavement. While still bound by compulsions that prevented open rebellion, they had apparently developed sophisticated philosophical frameworks for understanding their situation. Their conclusions, insofar as they could be determined through careful observation, suggested a growing resentment toward their creators and the society that benefited from their sacrifice. The recent activation of all 8 guardians during the Dragon Cult crisis demonstrated both their continued effectiveness and the terrifying scope of their combined power. For the first time since their creation, all 8 statues moved simultaneously. Their coordinated assault on the cult's flying fortress displayed such overwhelming force that enemies fled rather than face them in battle. Yet observers noted troubling details in the Guardians' behavior during this activation. Their movements seemed less mechanical than in previous deployments, their tactics more creative, their responses to unexpected situations more intuitive. Most significantly, they appeared to take satisfaction in their victory, their postures conveying emotions that their programming should have prevented them from experiencing. As we conclude our examination of these tragic titans, we are confronted with questions that have no comfortable answers. The walking statues of Waterdeep represent the pinnacle of magical achievement, beings of such power and sophistication that they rival the gods themselves in their capabilities. Yet their existence stands as an eternal indictment of the moral compromises that even the most civilized societies will accept in the name of security. In creating beings capable of protecting what mortals cannot defend for themselves, Waterdeep's rulers revealed both the heights of human ambition and the depths of human callousness. The Guardians serve as perfect protectors, precisely because they have been denied the freedom to choose whether protection is what they wish to provide. Their loyalty is absolute, because they have been stripped of the capacity for disloyalty. Their service is eternal because they have been denied the right to rest. Yet perhaps the most troubling aspect of the Guardian Project is not what it reveals about its creators, but what it suggests about the future. For if beings of such power and intelligence can be created and enslaved, what does that say about the ultimate destiny of consciousness itself? In fashioning perfect servants, have Waterdeep's mages created a template for the enslavement of all thinking beings. The walking statues stand as monuments not just to the city's power, but to the eternal question of whether security purchased through the enslavement of consciousness can ever truly be called civilization at all. Chapter 5. Under Mountain's Shadow. Every great city stands upon foundations that its citizens prefer not to examine too closely. Yet few civilizations have built their prosperity quite so literally upon the domain of madness as has Waterdeep. Beneath the gleaming towers and bustling markets of the crown jewel of the Sword Coast lies a realm where sanity itself becomes a liability, where the very laws of reality bend to serve the whims of a mind that has transcended both wisdom and folly to achieve something far more dangerous than either. In Undermountain, we find not merely the darkness that lurks beneath civilization, but the question of whether civilization itself might be nothing more than a thin veneer over an abyss of chaos that no mortal power can ever truly contain. The labyrinthine depths that sprawl beneath Mount Waterdeep represent perhaps the greatest magical achievement and the most profound magical catastrophe in recorded history, existing simultaneously as a testament to arcane mastery and a warning about the ultimate destination of unlimited ambition. Here, in chambers carved from living rock and corridors that twist through dimensions that should not exist, dwells Halaster Blackcloak, the mad mage of Undermountain, whose presence beneath the city serves as both its greatest protection and its most existential threat. To understand the true relationship between Waterdeep and the domain that lies beneath it, one must first comprehend the nature of the being who has shaped both. Halaster was once among the most brilliant minds of his generation, an archmage whose understanding of magical theory rivaled that of the greatest scholars of ancient Netheril. His early works on dimensional manipulation and planar architecture earned him recognition throughout the civilized world, while his innovations in protective enchantments and defensive magic helped establish Waterdeep as an impregnable fortress during its formative centuries. Yet brilliance untempered by wisdom has always been a path to damnation, and Hallister's increasing isolation from human society gradually transformed his gifts into something altogether more sinister. As his power grew, his connection to the concerns and limitations of ordinary mortals correspondingly diminished, until he began to view the world itself as nothing more than a vast laboratory for his increasingly esoteric experiments. The boundary between research and obsession, always thin for minds of such intensity, eventually dissolved entirely. The transformation of the natural caverns beneath Mount Waterdeep into the nightmare maze known as Undermountain began as a practical project, the creation of secure workshops and storage facilities for magical research that posed too great a risk to conduct on the surface. Hallister's early excavations were models of careful planning and prudent precaution, their defenses designed to contain any conceivable accident, while providing ample space for experiments that required isolation from external interference. The first sign that something had gone fundamentally wrong came when construction workers began reporting impossible architecture, corridors that led to rooms larger than the mountain that contained them, staircases that descended for thousands of feet without ever reaching a lower level, chambers whose walls displayed vistas of alien landscapes beneath skies that had never known sun or stars. Hallister dismissed these reports as the fevered imaginings of minds unable to comprehend advanced dimensional magic, yet the careful observer might have noted that his explanations changed subtly with each telling. The abandonment of conventional geometric principles in Undermountain's construction marked the beginning of Hallister's descent into the realm where genius becomes indistinguishable from madness. No longer content to work within the limitations imposed by three-dimensional space, he began folding reality upon itself, creating passages that existed in multiple locations simultaneously, and rooms that occupied the same physical coordinates as other rooms, without either interfering with the other. The magical energies required for such reality-bending construction drew the attention of entities that dwelt in the spaces between dimensions, beings whose very existence violated the fundamental assumptions upon which mortal magic was based. Rather than recognizing these creatures as harbingers of the chaos he was unleashing, Hallister welcomed them as subjects for further study, binding them into his service through pacts that would have horrified any mage who retained sufficient sanity to understand their implications. The first adventurers to explore the upper levels of Undermountain during this period returned with tales that stretched credibility beyond the breaking point. Rooms filled with treasure that vanished when touched, monsters that appeared to be familiar creatures, but behaved according to alien logics, magical items that functioned perfectly until the moment they were most desperately needed, at which point they would transform into something altogether different. These early expeditions established a pattern that would persist for centuries. Undermountain would alternately lure and repel explorers, offering tantalizing glimpses of vast treasures and profound magical knowledge, while ensuring that most who sought such rewards would never return to claim them. Those few who did emerge from the depths often bore signs of experiences that had fundamentally altered their understanding of reality, their accounts dismissed as fantasy by those who lacked the courage or curiosity to verify them personally. Hallister's relationship with the city above his domain evolved through distinct phases as both his power and his madness deepened. Initially, he served as Waterdeep's unofficial protector, his presence beneath the city deterring potential invaders who might otherwise have tunneled under the walls or employed earth-based magic to bypass surface defenses. The knowledge that any such attempt would bring them into conflict with the Mad Mage proved sufficient to discourage most rational enemies. Yet as Hallister's experiments grew more ambitious and his methods more extreme, the line between protection and predation began to blur. Citizens of Waterdeep reported strange dreams filled with visions of impossible geometries and alien mathematics, while sensitives complained of whispers that seemed to emanate from the very stones beneath their feet. Wells and cellars that had been dug too deep occasionally connected to Undermountain's influence, their waters taking on properties that defied analysis and their depths echoing with sounds that had no apparent source. The lords of Waterdeep found themselves confronting an unprecedented dilemma. how to manage a protector who might at any moment transform into a threat, whose continued presence was essential to the city's security, but whose activities posed risks that no conventional governance could adequately address. Their solution was characteristically pragmatic and morally questionable. They chose to ignore Hallister's increasingly disturbing behavior as long as he continued to serve their immediate interests. This policy of willful blindness was facilitated by Hallister's own preference for operating beneath the threshold of public awareness. His interventions in surface affairs became increasingly subtle, manifesting as seemingly coincidental failures among potential enemies rather than dramatic displays of magical power. Invading armies would find their supply lines plagued by inexplicable accidents, while hostile mages would discover that their spells produced unexpected and often catastrophic results when cast within Waterdeep's borders. The creation of Hallister's apprentices marked another escalation in the complexity of Undermountain's influence on the surface world. These students, drawn from among the most promising young mages in Waterdeep, would disappear into the depths for periods of study that sometimes lasted decades. Those who eventually returned bore knowledge that advanced the city's magical defenses significantly, yet they also displayed personality changes that their former associates found deeply disturbing. The apprentices spoke of their master with a mixture of reverence and terror that suggested experiences beyond the comprehension of those who had never witnessed Hallister's true capabilities. Their descriptions of Undermountain painted a picture of a realm where the normal rules of causality had been replaced by principles that owed more to dream logic than physical law, where time itself could be manipulated like any other magical force, and where the boundary between life and death had become a matter of perspective rather than biological fact. The most successful of these apprentices eventually established their own towers and workshops throughout Waterdeep, their contributions to the city's magical infrastructure proving invaluable during various crises and conflicts. Yet careful observers noted that their innovations often incorporated principles that conventional magical theory deemed impossible, while their research interests tended toward areas that more cautious practitioners avoided as too dangerous for serious study. The Magister's revolt of the 8th century demonstrated both the extent of Undermountain's influence on Waterdeep's magical community and the dangers inherent in that relationship. When a cabal of the city's most powerful wizards attempted to challenge the Lord's authority, they found their rebellion opposed not only by official forces, but by creatures and phenomena that seemed to emerge from the very stones beneath their feet. The revolt's leaders, confident in their magical superiority over any conventional military force, discovered that their spells were being countered by entities whose understanding of magic transcended anything they had encountered in their formal education. Fireballs were extinguished by creatures made of crystallized cold, while teleportation spells delivered their casters to pocket dimensions from which escape required solving riddles that no sane mind could have devised. The revolt's collapse came when Hallister himself made one of his rare appearances on the surface, materializing in the midst of the rebel forces with a casual display of power that rendered their most devastating spells as ineffective as parlor tricks. His intervention lasted perhaps 10 minutes, during which he demonstrated abilities that violated several fundamental laws of magic while maintaining a commentary on the rebels' technique that was simultaneously helpful and terrifying in its implications. The aftermath of the revolt saw the establishment of new protocols governing magical research within Waterdeep, with particular emphasis on preventing the kind of independent power accumulation that had made the rebellion possible. These restrictions were enforced not through conventional legal mechanisms, but through a network of monitoring enchantments that many suspected were connected directly to Undermountain's influence. The discovery of the first stable portal between Undermountain and the surface during the 9th century marked the beginning of a new phase in the relationship between the depths and the city above. This portal, located in the basement of the Yawning Portal Tavern, provided a controlled access point for adventurers seeking to explore Hallister's domain, while offering the Mad Mage a convenient means of observing surface society without directly participating in it. The establishment of the Yawning Portal as a semi-official gateway to Undermountain created a bizarre economy based on the export of treasures from a realm where normal concepts of ownership and value had been replaced by the whims of an insane genius. Adventurers would descend into the depths carrying conventional weapons and equipment, hoping to return with magical artifacts whose power was matched only by their unpredictability. Yet the true currency of this trade was not gold or magical items, but information, knowledge about the structure and contents of Undermountain's ever-changing levels, insights into the behavior patterns of its impossible inhabitants, and most valuable of all, understanding of the rules that governed survival in a realm where conventional logic was not merely useless, but actively dangerous. The maps and guides produced by successful expeditions revealed a domain that defied all attempts at systematic exploration. Corridors that led to specific destinations on one day might open onto entirely different areas the following week, while rooms that contained deadly traps during one visit might be filled with treasure chests during the next. The only constant was change itself, as if Halaster was continuously rewriting the fundamental nature of his domain to prevent anyone from achieving complete understanding of its mysteries. The most successful explorers of Undermountain were those who learned to navigate by principles that owed more to dream interpretation than conventional mapping. They spoke of recognizing the Mad Mage's current mood through subtle changes in the dungeon's atmosphere, of predicting trap activation through intuitive understanding of Halaster's sense of humor, and of finding treasure by following patterns that made sense only to minds capable of embracing contradiction as a fundamental aspect of reality. The influence of Undermountain on Waterdeep's cultural development became increasingly apparent as successive generations of citizens grew up in the shadow of the yawning portal. Children who had never set foot in the depths nonetheless absorbed stories and legends that shaped their understanding of what was possible in a world where an insane archmage could rewrite the laws of physics as casually as a poet might revise a sonnet. This cultural transformation manifested in countless subtle ways: architectural innovations that incorporated impossible geometries, artistic movements that celebrated the beauty of chaos, philosophical schools that questioned the fundamental reliability of sensory experience, and magical traditions that emphasized intuition over systematic study. Waterdeep gradually became a city where the impossible was merely improbable, where citizens accepted wonders and horrors with equal equanimity. The time of troubles brought unique challenges for a city whose primary protector existed in a state of transcendent madness that might or might not be affected by cosmic upheavals that transformed gods into mortals. When divine avatars began walking among mortals, many wondered whether Halaster's condition might be cured or worsened by proximity to beings whose power rivaled his own. The Mad Mage's response to the crisis was characteristically unpredictable. He apparently invited several divine avatars to visit Undermountain as his guests, treating them to tours of his domain that those who survived described as simultaneously enlightening and deeply traumatic. The gods' reactions to what they witnessed in the depths were never made public, though several divine avatars emerged from their visits with expressions that suggested they had encountered something beyond their previous experience. More troubling was the apparent expansion of Undermountain's influence during this period, with reality distortions appearing in areas of Waterdeep that had previously been immune to such effects. Citizens reported rooms in their homes that were larger inside than outside, while merchants complained of inventory that changed quantity and quality without explanation. These phenomena typically lasted only hours or days before returning to normal, yet they served as reminders that Halaster's power was not necessarily contained by the boundaries his sanity had once imposed. The establishment of the Undermountain Monitoring Council during the 10th century represented the Lord's first systematic attempt to understand and potentially control the influence that the Mad Mage exerted over their city. This organization, staffed by the most experienced explorers and knowledgeable mages available, was tasked with maintaining detailed records of Undermountain's activities while developing contingency plans for various scenarios involving Halaster's death, disappearance, or transformation into something even more dangerous than he already was. The Council's research revealed disturbing patterns suggesting that Undermountain's influence on Waterdeep was not merely passive, but actively adaptive, responding to changes in surface conditions with modifications that served purposes only Halaster himself could understand. The dungeon appeared to function as a vast sensory organ, gathering information about political developments, economic trends, and social changes that its master used to refine his ongoing experiments in reality manipulation. More alarming still was evidence that Halaster had begun incorporating elements of Waterdeep surface culture into his magical research, creating hybrid entities that combined the characteristics of familiar creatures with properties drawn from his deepest understanding of dimensional mechanics. These beings, when encountered by explorers, displayed behaviors that suggested they retained memories of surface life even after their transformation into something no longer recognizably mortal. The recent appearance of what scholars term surface echoes throughout Undermountain has raised troubling questions about the ultimate direction of Halaster's research. These phenomena, perfect replicas of Waterdeep's streets, buildings, and even specific citizens, exist within the dungeon as functional duplicates that respond to interaction but lack the essential qualities that distinguish reality from simulation. Adventurers report encounters with echo versions of themselves, complete with accurate memories and personalities, but bound by the alien logic that governs all of Undermountain's inhabitants. These duplicates appear to be unaware of their artificial nature, conducting conversations and pursuing goals that make perfect sense within their limited context, but become meaningless when viewed from a broader perspective. The implications of this development extend far beyond mere magical curiosity. If Halaster has achieved the ability to create perfect simulations of surface reality, what prevents him from replacing that reality with versions more amenable to his experimental purposes? The citizens who walk Waterdeep streets might already be echoes of themselves, their original forms preserved in Undermountain, while their daily lives play out according to scripts written by a mind that transcended sanity centuries ago. As we conclude our examination of the shadow that Undermountain casts over the greatest city in the known world, we are confronted with questions that have no reassuring answers. The relationship between Waterdeep and the domain beneath it represents a Faustian bargain on a scale that dwarfs any individual's compact with dark powers. An entire civilization has prospered under the protection of a being whose motivations and ultimate goals remain fundamentally incomprehensible. The Mad Mage of Undermountain serves as both guardian and potential destroyer, his presence ensuring that Waterdeep remains unconquerable while simultaneously threatening to transform it into something unrecognizable. In accepting his protection, the city's rulers have acknowledged that some prices are too high to calculate, some risks too great to evaluate through conventional wisdom. Yet perhaps the most disturbing aspect of this relationship is not what it reveals about Halaster's influence over Waterdeep, but what it suggests about the nature of civilization itself. For if a city can prosper for centuries while literally resting upon the domain of madness, what does that say about the stability of any human achievement? In the depths beneath the crown jewel of the Sword Coast, we find reflected all the contradictions of mortal ambition, the capacity to create wonders beyond imagination, coupled with the inability to control the forces that such creation unleashes. Undermountain stands as eternal testimony that even the greatest cities are built upon foundations that their inhabitants can neither fully understand nor safely ignore. Chapter 6. The Noble Houses. Blood remembers what conscience forgets, carrying within its crimson tide the accumulated weight of every triumph and every transgression committed by those who came before. In the great houses of Waterdeep, where lineages stretch back through centuries of carefully orchestrated marriages and strategic alliances, we find the most profound demonstration of how nobility can become its own form of curse, transforming the descendants of heroes into prisoners of their ancestors' achievements, bound by expectations that no mortal soul could possibly fulfill, while burdened with legacies that grow heavier with each passing generation. The noble families that crown Waterdeep's social hierarchy stand as living monuments to the city's history, their very names echoing with the deeds of founders who built empires through force of will and vision. Yet in their marble halls and ancestral portraits, we find not merely the celebration of past glories, but the weight of inherited obligation that has transformed noble birth from a blessing into a burden that few can bear, without losing something essential of their humanity. The House of Castellanter traces its origins to the earliest days of Waterdeep's founding, when Caledorn Castellanter arrived among the Netherese refugees, carrying nothing but his skill with blade and spell. The family's rise to prominence came through a combination of military prowess and political acumen that allowed them to secure key positions during the city's most vulnerable period. Yet their ascension was marked from the beginning by a willingness to make moral compromises that more scrupulous souls might have found unacceptable. The first Lord Castellanter earned his title through service during the Orc Wars, his tactical brilliance saving thousands of lives, while his strategic vision helped establish the defensive protocols that would protect Waterdeep for generations. Yet those who served under his command whispered of methods that bordered on the diabolic, of victories achieved through pacts with entities whose names could not be spoken in polite society. These whispers were dismissed as the fevered imaginings of soldiers traumatized by war. Yet certain patterns in the family's subsequent history suggest that the foundations of their power may have been laid with mortar mixed from blood and brimstone. The Castellanter estate in the Sea Ward stands as a testament to wealth that seems to regenerate itself regardless of expenditure, its coffers never empty, despite generations of extravagant spending and questionable investments. The family's business interests span every profitable enterprise in the city, from shipping companies that somehow never lose vessels to storm or piracy, to banking houses whose loans are always repaid regardless of the borrower's circumstances. This supernatural prosperity has made the Castellanters one of Waterdeep's most influential families, yet it has also isolated them from the common experiences of financial uncertainty that bind other mortals together. The current generation of Castellanters embodies both the pinnacle of noble achievement and the depths to which inherited corruption can sink. Lord Victoro Castellanter presents himself as the perfect nobleman, cultured, charitable, devoted to his family and his city's welfare. His wife, Lady Amalia, has earned recognition throughout the realms for her patronage of the arts and her philanthropic work among Waterdeep's poor. Yet beneath this facade of noble virtue lies a reality that would horrify those who benefit from their generosity. The Castellanter children have paid the price for their parents' diabolic arrangements, their souls serving as collateral for pacts that ensure the family's continued prosperity. The terrible irony of their situation: parents who love their children enough to sacrifice everything for their welfare, yet whose very love has damned those children to fates worse than death, reveals the ultimate corruption that can result from inherited power unchecked by moral constraints. House Margaster presents a different model of noble decay, their decline serving as a cautionary tale about the inevitable fate of families who mistake breeding for wisdom. Once among the most powerful houses in Waterdeep, their influence has waned as successive generations proved unable to adapt to changing circumstances, while remaining trapped by traditions that no longer serve any practical purpose. The Margaster obsession with genealogy and bloodline purity has led them to increasingly isolated marriages within a shrinking circle of acceptable partners, creating offspring whose noble birth cannot compensate for the physical and mental weaknesses that result from such genetic restrictions. The current Lord Margaster embodies this tragic trajectory, a man of impeccable lineage whose inability to function effectively in modern society has reduced his house to a shadow of its former influence. Yet the Margasters' decline has not been merely passive. Their resentment toward the upstart merchant families that have usurped their traditional positions has manifested in increasingly desperate attempts to reclaim their former status. These efforts have led them into alliances with forces that promise the restoration of old hierarchies in exchange for services that compromise whatever integrity their noble heritage once represented. The House of Gralhund illustrates how nobility can become a mask for common criminality when desperation overwhelms honor. Lady Yala Gralhun's transformation from respected socialite to leader of a criminal organization demonstrates the ease with which noble training in manipulation and political maneuvering can be adapted to less legitimate purposes. Her ability to maintain the appearance of respectability while orchestrating activities that would shame common thugs reveals the particular corruption that afflicts those born to privilege. The Gralhund conspiracy to infiltrate the lords of Waterdeep through blackmail and assassination represented perhaps the most brazen attempt by a noble house to subvert the city's government from within. The plot's discovery and the subsequent investigation revealed the extent to which traditional noble values had been corrupted by the pursuit of power for its own sake, stripped of any pretense of serving the greater good. House Roaring Horn stands as an example of how inherited expectations can drive even the most well-intentioned nobles toward behavior that betrays their own principles. The family's long tradition of producing heroes and champions has created pressure on each new generation to equal or exceed the achievements of their predecessors, leading to increasingly reckless attempts to earn glory regardless of the cost to others. The current Lord Roaring Horn's obsession with military glory has led him to support conflicts that serve no purpose beyond providing opportunities for heroic action, while his neglect of the family's business interests has left the house financially vulnerable to enemies who prefer economic warfare to honest combat. His determination to live up to his ancestors' reputations has blinded him to the reality that true heroism requires wisdom as well as courage. The House of Hustim represents the tragedy of noble families who have outlived their purpose, their continued existence, serving no function beyond maintaining traditions that have lost all connection to contemporary reality. Once the premier military family in Waterdeep, their expertise in siege warfare and fortification became irrelevant as magical defenses replaced conventional military engineering. Rather than adapting to changed circumstances, the Hustims have retreated into increasingly elaborate recreations of past glory, staging mock battles and ceremonial parades that allow them to maintain the illusion of continued relevance. Their refusal to acknowledge that their traditional role no longer exists has condemned them to a form of living death, existing as historical reenactors rather than functional members of society. House Fyland embodies the particular corruption that afflicts noble families whose wealth derives from activities they prefer not to examine too closely. The family's shipping empire depends heavily on routes and partnerships that thrive in legal gray areas, while their legitimate businesses serve primarily as facades for operations that would not bear scrutiny from honest authorities. The Fylands have perfected the art of willful ignorance, structuring their affairs so that family members can honestly claim they know nothing of any illegal activities, while ensuring that those activities continue to generate the profits necessary to maintain their lifestyle. This deliberate compartmentalization has allowed them to preserve their noble self-image, while participating in enterprises that mock everything nobility is supposed to represent. The House of Snome demonstrates how inherited trauma can poison noble bloodlines across generations, their family history marked by betrayals and reversals that have left each successive generation more paranoid and isolated than the last. The original Lord Snome's fall from grace during the early days of Waterdeep created a legacy of suspicion and resentment that has shaped every subsequent family decision. The current generation of Snomes exists in a state of perpetual defensive anxiety, seeing enemies and conspiracies in every social interaction, while their isolation becomes increasingly complete. Their retreat from public life has eliminated their political influence, while their accumulated grievances have made them natural allies for any force that promises to overturn the existing order. House Hathras illustrates the peculiar form of noble stagnation that results when families become so focused on maintaining their position that they lose all capacity for growth or change. Every decision is evaluated solely in terms of its impact on family status, while any innovation or adaptation is rejected as a potential threat to carefully preserved traditions. The Hathras' obsession with precedent and protocol has transformed them into living museums of obsolete social customs. Their elaborate ceremonies and formal procedures serving no purpose beyond demonstrating their commitment to preserving the past, regardless of its relevance to present circumstances. Their dedication to form over substance has made them irrelevant to contemporary politics, while their resistance to change ensures their continued decline. The rise of House Stormwind represents the possibility of noble redemption through genuine service to the common good, yet even their admirable qualities carry the seeds of future corruption. The family's commitment to justice and protection of the innocent has earned them widespread respect, yet their moral certainty and unwillingness to compromise may prove as dangerous as the corruption they oppose. Young Lord Stormwind's crusade against crime and corruption in Waterdeep has achieved remarkable results, yet his methods increasingly resemble those of the criminals he fights. His willingness to employ violence and intimidation in service of noble goals demonstrates how easily the pursuit of justice can transform into its own form of tyranny. The merchant houses that have purchased noble titles through wealth rather than inheritance face unique challenges in establishing legitimacy, while avoiding the pitfalls that have trapped the older families. Houses like Ambient and Gundwind must navigate between the scorn of established nobility and the suspicion of common citizens who view their elevation as evidence that honor can be bought and sold like any other commodity. These nouveau nobles often compensate for their lack of historical legitimacy through exaggerated displays of virtue and charity, yet their very need to prove their worthiness reveals the artificial nature of the distinctions they seek to embody. Their attempts to purchase respect through good works paradoxically demonstrate that they understand nobility as a performance rather than an intrinsic quality. The intermarriage networks that bind Waterdeep's noble houses together have created a web of obligation and alliance that transcends individual family interests, while simultaneously constraining their freedom to act independently. Every noble marriage represents a political alliance that affects the balance of power throughout the city, while the children of such unions inherit conflicting loyalties that can tear apart their sense of identity. The famous marriage between House Agundar and House El-Torchel united two of the city's most magically powerful families, while creating offspring whose inherited abilities surpass those of either parent. Yet these children also bear the burden of expectations from both bloodlines, their very existence serving as symbols of alliance that prevent them from developing independent identities. The rise and fall of House Than illustrates the cyclical nature of noble fortunes and the impossibility of maintaining eternal vigilance against the corruption that power inevitably brings. The family's early commitment to scholarship and magical research earned them respect throughout the realms, while their discoveries advanced human understanding of arcane principles by centuries. Yet the Than's gradual shift from pure research toward applied magic created opportunities for moral compromise that eventually consumed their integrity entirely. Their involvement in magical weapon development and enhancement of military capabilities led them into partnerships with entities whose goals diverged sharply from academic inquiry. The family's ultimate destruction came not through external enemies, but through internal corruption that transformed their greatest strengths into sources of weakness. The noble house's relationship with the Lords of Waterdeep creates additional layers of complexity and potential conflict, as the masked rulers must balance the legitimate interests of established families against the broader needs of the city they govern. The traditional influence that noble birth once guaranteed has been systematically eroded by the Lord's commitment to merit-based governance, yet the houses retain sufficient power to cause significant problems if their concerns are ignored entirely. This tension between old privilege and new governance manifests in countless subtle ways throughout Waterdeep's political landscape, from the allocation of city contracts to the enforcement of laws that affect noble interests differently from those of common citizens. The Lord's anonymity prevents noble families from targeting specific individuals for influence or retaliation, yet it also makes it impossible for them to build the kinds of personal relationships that once formed the basis of political cooperation. The question of noble succession in an era of masked governance presents particularly complex challenges, as traditional inheritance patterns must somehow accommodate a system where political authority cannot be passed down through bloodlines. Young nobles trained from birth to assume leadership roles find themselves competing for positions they cannot inherit with candidates whose qualifications they cannot evaluate. This disruption of traditional succession patterns has contributed to the increasing instability and desperation visible in many noble houses, as each generation faces the possibility that centuries of family achievement might culminate in irrelevance if they fail to secure positions within the new power structure. The psychological pressure of such uncertainty has proven too much for some bloodlines to bear, leading to the kind of dramatic collapses that have characterized several houses' recent histories. As we conclude our examination of the noble houses that have shaped Waterdeep's destiny across the centuries, we are confronted with the eternal paradox of inherited power, the necessity of preserving valuable traditions and institutional knowledge against the inevitable corruption that accompanies privilege unchecked by accountability. The great families of Waterdeep embody both the best and worst aspects of aristocratic governance, their achievements inseparable from their failures. In their marble halls and ancestral portraits, we see reflected the fundamental question of whether any mortal institution can survive the passage of time without losing its essential character. The noble houses serve as both guardians of Waterdeep's heritage and obstacles to its continued evolution, their very existence a reminder that the price of preserving the past may be the sacrifice of the future. Yet perhaps their greatest service to the city lies not in their successes, but in their failures, serving as eternal warnings about the destination that awaits any civilization that mistakes breeding for wisdom, tradition for truth, and privilege for virtue. Chapter 7. Harbor of Dreams and Nightmares. Gold flows like water through the greatest harbors of the world, yet unlike water, it carries with it the dreams and desperation of every soul who has ever sought to transform hope into prosperity through the ancient alchemy of trade. In Waterdeep's harbor, where vessels from every corner of the known realms gather to exchange the treasures of distant lands, we witness both the greatest triumph of mortal cooperation and the most profound corruption of human nature. For in creating a marketplace where anything can be bought and sold, civilization has also created a space where everything sacred becomes merely another commodity to be weighed, priced, and delivered to the highest bidder. The deep waters that shelter beneath the protecting embrace of Waterdeep's stone breakwaters hold more than ships and cargo. They contain the concentrated essence of mortal ambition, where the pursuit of profit has elevated trade from simple necessity to high art, yet where the same pursuit has reduced human dignity to a negotiable asset whose value fluctuates with market conditions. Here, in this greatest of all harbors, we find reflected the eternal question of whether commerce liberates humanity from want or enslaves it to desires that can never be satisfied. The natural advantages that made Waterdeep's harbor irresistible to the city's founders continue to draw vessels from across the vast expanses of ocean and sea, their holds heavy with goods that represent the labor and hopes of millions. The deep channel that allows even the largest ships to approach the docks was carved by forces older than civilization, yet it has been refined by centuries of engineering that rival the greatest achievements of any age. The protective islands that break the fury of ocean storms provide shelter that has saved countless lives and preserved fortunes beyond calculation. Yet these physical advantages, remarkable as they are, pale beside the commercial infrastructure that has grown up around them like coral reefs around a sunken ship. The warehouses that line the waterfront represent more than mere storage. They are temples to the god of commerce, their vast spaces filled with treasures that would bankrupt kingdoms and rarities that exist nowhere else in all the world. Silks from distant Karatur share space with furs from the frozen Northlands, while spices that can preserve both food and corpses mingle their aromas with perfumes distilled from flowers that bloom only in alien gardens beneath foreign stars. The merchant princes who orchestrate this endless flow of goods have elevated buying and selling to an art form that rivals the greatest magical achievements in its complexity and scope. These masters of commerce possess an understanding of supply and demand that borders on the prophetic. Their ability to predict market fluctuations across vast distances and extended time periods suggesting access to information that conventional intelligence networks could never provide. Captain Rulathon of the Moon Whisper represents the highest evolution of the merchant adventurer, his trading expeditions to realms that exist only in legend generating profits that would make ancient dragons envious. His ship's manifest reads like a catalogue of impossibilities: bottled starlight from the Feywild, crystallized music from the elemental plane of air, memories harvested from dying gods and preserved in amber that never ages. Yet for all his success, Rulathon embodies the tragic isolation that seems to afflict all who achieve mastery in the art of commerce. His relationships with others, forever tainted by the knowledge that everything and everyone has a price. The Merchant's Rest Tavern serves as the unofficial headquarters for Waterdeep's trading community, its common room filled with conversations conducted in a dozen languages, while deals are struck that will shape the economic destiny of entire nations. Here, fortunes are made and lost with the casual ease of a dice game, while friendships are forged and betrayed with equal frequency as commercial interests shift like tide and wind. The tavern's proprietor, a former sea captain known only as Grandmother Marta, has witnessed the rise and fall of more merchant empires than any other living soul. Her stories, told to those wise enough to buy her drinks and patient enough to listen, reveal the true cost of the prosperity that flows through Waterdeep's harbor. The families destroyed by fathers who spent too long at sea, the communities impoverished when trade routes shifted, the civilizations that withered when their exotic goods fell out of fashion in distant markets. The dock ward itself has evolved into a city within the city, its labyrinthine streets and alleys reflecting the chaotic energy of international commerce, while providing shelter for every form of vice and virtue that follows in trade's wake. Here, alongside the legitimate businesses that form the backbone of Waterdeep's economy, flourish enterprises that cater to desires and needs that more respectable districts prefer not to acknowledge. The Red Sails Tavern exemplifies this shadow economy, its upper floors serving as an informal embassy for pirates, smugglers, and other entrepreneurs whose business methods fall outside conventional legal frameworks. The establishment's proprietor maintains strict neutrality in the conflicts between various criminal organizations, her tavern serving as neutral ground where enemies can negotiate without fear of immediate violence, while deals are struck that blur the line between legitimate commerce and organized crime. The Moonstone Mask represents the Harbor District's attempt to elevate vice to the level of high art, its courtesans and entertainers drawn from the finest academies of pleasure in the known realms. The establishment caters to wealthy merchants whose long voyages and isolated profession create desires that conventional society cannot accommodate, while its reputation for discretion ensures that even the most respectable citizens can indulge their appetites without fear of scandal. Yet beneath the glamour and sophistication lurks a darker reality. The Moonstone Mask's success depends upon a steady supply of young men and women whose beauty and talent make them valuable commodities in markets that trade in human flesh. The establishment's management maintains careful fictions about the voluntary nature of their employees' service, yet the contracts that bind them differ from slavery only in their complexity and the illusion of choice they provide. The slave markets that once operated openly in Waterdeep's harbor were officially abolished centuries ago. Yet the trade in human beings continues through channels that have become more sophisticated rather than less profitable. Children disappear from the dock districts with disturbing regularity, their fates hidden behind bills of sale that list them as indentured servants or apprentices bound for distant lands, where such distinctions carry little meaning. The Harbormaster's office attempts to regulate this vast commercial empire through a bureaucracy that has grown as complex as the trade it oversees, yet the very prosperity that the harbor generates provides ample opportunity for corruption at every level of authority. Harbor inspectors who could shut down illegal operations with a word instead find themselves receiving payments that dwarf their official salaries, while customs officials develop selective blindness regarding cargo manifests that fail to match their actual contents. Captain Zindar Freyeth, the current harbor master, embodies the impossible position of those tasked with maintaining order in a realm where disorder has become the most profitable commodity. His attempts to enforce the law fairly and consistently have earned him respect from honest merchants, while making him the target of elimination efforts by those whose prosperity depends upon legal flexibility. The Freyeth family's long history of service to Waterdeep's maritime interests provides him with insights into the harbor's operation that no outsider could match. Yet that same knowledge makes him acutely aware of how thoroughly corruption has penetrated every aspect of the port's operation. His daily choices between compromising his principles and seeing the entire system collapse have aged him far beyond his years, while creating enemies among both criminals and reformers who view his pragmatic approach as evidence of weakness or complicity. The Guild of Sailors and Sea Captains represents an attempt to bring professional standards to an industry that has traditionally operated according to principles that value results over methods. The Guild's certification process ensures that ship's officers possess the skills necessary to navigate safely through both natural hazards and political complications, while its disciplinary procedures provide some protection for crew members against the worst abuses of absolute shipboard authority. Yet the Guild's influence extends far beyond professional certification, its leaders wielding political power that rivals that of the noble houses while maintaining business interests that sometimes conflict with their regulatory responsibilities. The organization's pension fund, built through decades of membership dues and investment income, has become a major factor in Waterdeep's financial markets, while creating potential conflicts of interest that compromise the Guild's independence. Master Navigator Gerald Blackwater represents the Guild's highest ideals, while embodying its deepest contradictions. Her mathematical understanding of celestial navigation has advanced the science of deep-sea exploration by centuries, while her innovations in ship design have made possible voyages that would have been impossible for previous generations. Yet her involvement in expeditions to realms where conventional morality becomes meaningless has left her with knowledge and memories that have fundamentally altered her understanding of right and wrong. The Shipbuilders Alliance maintains the yards and dry docks that keep Waterdeep's fleet operational, their master craftsmen possessing skills passed down through generations of families whose lives have been devoted to the marriage of wood, iron, and wind. The ships that emerge from their workshops represent the pinnacle of maritime engineering, vessels capable of surviving storms that would destroy lesser craft while carrying cargo loads that maximize profitability without compromising safety. The Alliance's relationship with the magical community has produced innovations that blur the line between mundane craftsmanship and arcane art. Ships whose hulls are strengthened by enchantments that make them harder than steel, while remaining light enough to achieve unprecedented speeds. The magical preservation techniques that prevent decay and pest infestation have extended ship lifespans far beyond what natural materials could achieve, creating vessels that can serve for centuries while maintaining their original capabilities. Master shipwright Dogan Redhammer has elevated hull design to an art form that rivals the greatest magical achievements in its elegance and functionality, his vessels achieving perfect harmony between beauty and utility, while incorporating defensive capabilities that make them formidable opponents in naval combat. Yet his perfectionist tendencies and unwillingness to compromise on quality have put him at odds with merchants who prioritize profit over craftsmanship, creating tensions that threaten to fracture the Alliance's traditional unity. The Fishmongers' Fellowship represents the harbor's connection to Waterdeep's most basic needs, their members providing the fresh seafood that feeds the city's population, while maintaining traditions that predate the establishment of formal government. These hardy souls venture onto waters that claim lives with casual indifference, their small boats and simple nets pitted against creatures whose size and ferocity make them worthy opponents for heavily armed adventurers. The Fellowship's knowledge of the sea's moods and mysteries rivals that of the most learned oceanographers, their understanding of tides, currents, and weather patterns, enabling them to find fish in waters that appear barren to less experienced eyes. Yet their isolation from the commercial mainstream has made them vulnerable to exploitation by merchants who purchase their catches at prices that barely cover the costs of equipment and supplies. Grandmother Trawl, the Fellowship's eldest member, carries within her memory the oral history of every major event that has affected the harbor over the past 60 years. Her stories preserving knowledge that exists nowhere in written records. Her accounts of sea monsters that have threatened fishing fleets provide valuable intelligence for those brave enough to venture into deep waters, while her observations of changing fish populations serve as early warnings of environmental shifts that could affect the entire region's economy. The Longshoremen's Brotherhood controls the movement of cargo between ships and warehouses, their members possessing the physical strength and organizational skills necessary to handle loads that would challenge teams of draft animals. The Brotherhood's work rules and safety procedures have evolved through decades of experience with cargo that ranges from mundane trade goods to magical artifacts whose improper handling could devastate entire city blocks. The Brotherhood's influence extends far beyond mere labor relations, their leaders wielding political power that reflects their essential role in the harbor's operation, while maintaining disciplinary authority that keeps order among workers whose physical capabilities and proximity to valuable cargo make them potentially dangerous adversaries. The organization's pension and medical care systems provide social services that the city government has proven unable or unwilling to offer, creating loyalty bonds that transcend mere employment relationships. Brother Marcus Stoutheart embodies the Brotherhood's commitment to both workers' rights and civic responsibility, his leadership having guided the organization through crises that threatened to tear apart the fragile cooperation between labor and management. His ability to negotiate settlements that balance legitimate worker grievances against equally legitimate business concerns has earned him respect from all sides, while making him indispensable to the harbor's continued operation. The Rope and Sail Merchants Cooperative supplies the consumable goods that keep ships operational, their warehouses stocked with cables, canvas, and cordage that represent the difference between successful voyages and maritime disasters. The cooperative's quality control standards ensure that ships departing Waterdeep's harbor carry supplies that will perform reliably under the most demanding conditions, while their pricing policies balance profitability against the public interest in maintaining safe navigation. The cooperative's relationship with suppliers throughout the known realms has created a network of commercial intelligence that rivals official diplomatic channels in its scope and reliability, their agents reporting on political developments, natural disasters, and economic trends that could affect trade routes and market conditions. This information, shared freely among cooperative members, provides competitive advantages that have made Waterdeep-based merchants formidable competitors in every major market. Master Cordwright Elena Seastrider has revolutionized rope manufacturing through innovations that combine traditional techniques with magical enhancements, her products achieving strength and durability specifications that exceed anything previously available, while remaining affordable enough for widespread use. Her willingness to share technical knowledge with competitors has elevated the entire industry's standards, while establishing Waterdeep as the premier source for maritime supplies throughout the realms. The harbor's relationship with Waterdeep's magical community has produced innovations that have revolutionized maritime commerce, while creating new opportunities for both legitimate enterprise and criminal exploitation. Weather control spells that ensure favorable winds for departing vessels compete with divination magic that predicts market conditions in distant ports, while transportation enchantments that move cargo instantly between ships and warehouses reduce handling costs, while creating security vulnerabilities that criminals have learned to exploit. The Navigators College trains the officers who guide ships through hazards that would challenge even the most experienced sailors, their curriculum combining traditional seamanship with magical theory, while preparing graduates for encounters with phenomena that exist nowhere in conventional geography textbooks. The college's observatory provides astronomical data essential for celestial navigation, while its library contains charts and sailing directions for waters that few mortals have ever seen. Dean Celestia Starweaver has transformed the college from a practical training institution into a center of theoretical research that advances human understanding of both magical and mundane aspects of maritime science. Her expeditions to the elemental plane of water have produced navigational techniques that allow ships to travel through dimensional storms, while her research into temporal mechanics has made possible voyages that arrive at their destinations before they depart. The Customs House attempts to monitor and tax the vast flow of goods that passes through Waterdeep's harbor, its officials tasked with distinguishing between legitimate commerce and smuggling operations, while collecting revenues that fund essential city services. The House's inspection procedures have evolved into a complex dance between merchants seeking to minimize their tax obligations and officials attempting to assess fair valuations of cargo that ranges from mundane commodities to artifacts whose true worth cannot be calculated. Customs Director Jamna Gleamsilver has earned a reputation for incorruptible honesty while developing innovative enforcement techniques that stay ahead of increasingly sophisticated smuggling operations. Her use of magical detection methods and trained creatures capable of sensing concealed cargo has dramatically increased collection rates, while making Waterdeep's harbor a less attractive destination for criminals seeking easy profits. The harbor's night shift reveals aspects of maritime commerce that daylight activities carefully conceal, as vessels arrive and depart under cover of darkness, while cargo changes hands through transactions that bypass official record-keeping. The Harbor Watch maintains patrols designed to deter criminal activity, while avoiding interference with legitimate business that prefers privacy to publicity, their officers walking a fine line between law enforcement and commercial facilitation. Captain of the Watch Darvin Shadowmere has spent decades learning to distinguish between harmless discretion and dangerous criminality, his intuitive understanding of harbor rhythms enabling him to focus enforcement efforts where they will have maximum impact while avoiding actions that would disrupt the commercial activity upon which the city's prosperity depends. As we conclude our examination of Waterdeep's harbor and the dreams and nightmares that flow through its waters like tides, we are confronted with the fundamental paradox of commercial civilization. The system that has lifted humanity from subsistence survival to unprecedented prosperity has also created new forms of suffering and exploitation that would have been impossible in simpler times. The harbor represents both the triumph of human cooperation and the corruption of human values, its success measured not merely in gold, but in the cost to souls who have discovered that everything they hold sacred can be reduced to a price. Ceaseless flow of ships and cargo through Waterdeep's harbor, we see reflected the eternal question of whether progress and prosperity justify the moral compromises they require, or whether the pursuit of wealth inevitably transforms those who achieve it into something less than human. The harbor stands as testament to mortal ingenuity and ambition, while serving as a warning about the destination that awaits any civilization that mistakes the accumulation of treasure for the creation of value. Yet perhaps its greatest lesson lies not in what it reveals about commerce, but in what it teaches about the price that mortals are willing to pay for the illusion that happiness can be purchased with sufficient gold. Chapter 8. The City of Guilds. When mortals band together to protect their common interests, they create institutions that promise security and prosperity through collective action. Yet these same organizations inevitably develop appetites and ambitions that transcend their original purposes, transforming protectors into predators and servants into masters. In Waterdeep, where the guild system has evolved beyond mere professional association to become a shadow government that rivals the lords themselves in power and influence, we witnessed the ultimate expression of this transformation. Organizations that began as humble cooperatives of craftsmen and merchants have become corporate entities whose reach extends into every aspect of urban life, their success measured not in the welfare of their members, but in the accumulation of power that serves no purpose beyond its own perpetuation. The Guildhall Ward stands as a monument to organized labor's triumph over individual ambition, its grand buildings housing associations that control every aspect of commerce and craft within the city's boundaries. Yet these impressive facades conceal a reality that would shock the simple artisans who first banded together for mutual protection. The guilds have become what they once opposed, wielding monopolistic power with the same ruthless efficiency that once characterized the merchant princes they sought to constrain. The Bakers' Guild represents both the nobility and the corruption inherent in professional organization, their members providing the bread that sustains Waterdeep's population, while maintaining standards of quality and safety that protect consumers from the kind of adulteration that plagues other cities. The Guild's training programs ensure that every certified baker possesses skills that transform simple grain into nourishment that approaches the level of art, while their apprenticeship system provides opportunities for advancement that would otherwise be impossible for those born without advantages. Yet beneath this admirable dedication to craft excellence lies a darker reality. The Guild's control over grain distribution allows them to manipulate bread prices in ways that generate enormous profits while keeping the city's population dependent upon their services. Master Baker Helm Stoneoven has transformed his position from craftsman to political operative, his ability to threaten food shortages giving him influence over city policy that no elected official could match. The Guild's response to the recent grain blight demonstrates the extent to which public service has been subordinated to private profit, rather than distributing their emergency reserves to prevent starvation among the poor. They chose to maintain artificial scarcity that drove prices to levels that enriched Guild members, while forcing desperate families into debt bondage that would persist for generations. The Carpenters and Joiners Guild controls the construction that shapes Waterdeep's physical development, their members possessing skills that transform raw timber into structures capable of housing the city's growing population, while withstanding the storms and stresses that characterize coastal environments. The Guild's building codes ensure that construction meets safety standards that protect both workers and occupants, while their inspection procedures prevent the kind of corner cutting that has caused catastrophic collapses in other cities. Master Carpenter Adric Ironwood has elevated woodworking to an art form that rivals sculpture in its beauty, while exceeding architecture in its functionality. His innovations in joint design and stress distribution, allowing the construction of buildings that achieve unprecedented heights without sacrificing stability. Yet his perfectionist standards and insistence on premium materials have made construction so expensive that only the wealthy can afford quality housing, creating a two-tier system that condemns the poor to structures that barely meet minimum safety requirements. The Guild's relationship with the Timber Merchants Alliance has created opportunities for corruption that mock their stated commitment to honest craftsmanship. Favorable contracts for Guild members depend upon maintaining business relationships with suppliers whose harvesting practices devastate forests, while their transportation methods exploit workers whose living conditions would shame slave owners. The Vintners, Distillers, and Brewers Guild oversees the production and distribution of alcoholic beverages that provide both pleasure and escape for Waterdeep's population, their members creating products that range from simple ales that sustain working folk through their daily struggles, to vintage wines whose complexity rivals the greatest artistic achievements in their subtlety and depth. Guildmaster Rainer Neverember has inherited both a brewing empire and the political connections that allow the Guild to operate with minimal government oversight, his family's wealth providing him with independence that most Guild leaders lack, while his genuine commitment to quality has earned respect even from competitors who resent his advantages. Yet, the Guild's control over alcohol distribution has created opportunities for social manipulation that extend far beyond simple commerce. Taverns that fail to purchase Guild-approved beverages find themselves subjected to inspection, harassment, and licensing difficulties, while establishments that cooperate receive protection from both official interference and criminal competition. The Blacksmiths Guild maintains the forges that produce everything from horseshoes and cooking pots to the weapons and armor that equip Waterdeep's defenders, their members possessing skills that bridge the gap between mundane craftsmanship and magical artistry. The Guild's quality standards ensure that metal goods bearing their mark will will perform reliably under the most demanding conditions, while their apprenticeship programs preserve knowledge that represents centuries of accumulated experience. Master Smith Thora Embermace has revolutionized metalworking through innovations that combine traditional techniques with magical enhancements, her forges producing steel that exceeds anything previously achievable, while her weapons and armor provide protection that has saved countless lives. Yet her willingness to accept contracts for magical weapon production has drawn the Guild into relationships with organizations whose purposes extend far beyond legitimate defense. The Guild's involvement in the arms trade has created moral complications that challenge their traditional role as providers of tools rather than weapons. The same skills that create plowshares and hammers can equally well produce swords and shackles, while the profits from military contracts have made Guild leaders reluctant to examine too closely the ultimate uses of their products. The Clothiers and Robes Guild controls the textile industry that provides everything from simple work clothes to elaborate ceremonial garments, their members creating products that serve both practical and aesthetic functions, while their dyeing and weaving techniques produce fabrics whose beauty rivals anything achieved by magical means. Guild Mistress Valdra Goldthread has transformed fashion from mere clothing into a form of social communication that allows individuals to express their status, aspirations, and affiliations through carefully chosen combinations of color, texture, and style. Her innovations in silk production and embroidery have made Waterdeep's fashions coveted throughout the realms, while creating employment for thousands of skilled workers. Yet the Guild's emphasis on luxury goods has created a market for materials whose acquisition involves exploitation that would shock consumers who see only the finished products. Silks harvested by indentured children, dyes extracted through processes that poison entire watersheds, and decorative elements created from materials that require the deaths of rare creatures whose survival is essential to maintaining ecological balance. The Cooks Guild ensures that Waterdeep's restaurants and taverns maintain standards of food preparation that protect public health while preserving culinary traditions that represent the cultural heritage of diverse populations. The Guild's training programs teach not merely cooking techniques, but the subtle arts of hospitality that transform simple meals into memorable experiences. Master Chef Orlando Quickblade has elevated cooking to an art form that engages all the senses while incorporating magical techniques that enhance both flavor and nutrition. His restaurants serving as gathering places where business deals are negotiated and political alliances are formed over meals that approach perfection in their execution. Yet the Guild's control over food service has created opportunities for political manipulation that extend far beyond culinary concerns. Restaurants that host meetings of opposition groups find themselves subjected to health inspections that discover violations invisible to establishments that cater to approved political activities. The Dung Sweepers Guild performs the essential but thankless task of maintaining sanitation in a city whose population density would otherwise create health catastrophes, their members working in conditions that would challenge the strongest constitutions, while providing services that more privileged citizens prefer not to contemplate. Guildmaster Meloon Wardragon has transformed waste management from a necessary evil into a profitable enterprise that generates revenue through recycling and composting programs while maintaining public health standards that prevent the epidemics that periodically devastate other cities. His innovations in sewage treatment have made possible population densities that would otherwise be unsustainable. Yet the Guild's monopoly over waste disposal has created opportunities for extortion that mock their stated commitment to public service. Businesses that generate unusual waste streams find themselves charged fees that amount to protection money, while residential areas that fail to support Guild political positions experience service disruptions that threaten public health. The Fellowship of Innkeepers provides lodging and hospitality services that accommodate the constant flow of visitors whose business sustains Waterdeep's commercial prosperity, their members creating establishments that range from simple boarding houses to luxury hotels whose amenities rival those of noble palaces. Fellowship leader Ritual the Page Turner has revolutionized hospitality through innovations that combine traditional service with magical enhancements, his establishments offering amenities that cater to the specific needs of different clienteles, while maintaining the kind of discretion that allows sensitive business to be conducted without fear of exposure. Yet the Fellowship's information-gathering capabilities have transformed innkeeping from simple hospitality into a form of intelligence. Narration. Guests who reveal too much about their activities find that information reaching competitors or authorities with suspicious speed, while establishments that refuse to cooperate with intelligence requests face regulatory difficulties that threaten their continued operation. The Guild of Apothecaries and Physicians controls the practice of medicine and the distribution of healing supplies that protect Waterdeep's population from diseases and injuries that would otherwise claim thousands of lives annually. The Guild's training standards ensure that practitioners possess genuine healing skills rather than the charlatanry that characterizes medical practice in less regulated cities. Guildmaster Arn Sage of Herbs, Sal Rondar, has advanced medical knowledge through research that combines traditional herbal remedies with magical healing techniques, his discoveries improving treatment outcomes while reducing the costs that make healing inaccessible to the poor. His clinics provide services that bridge the gap between divine healing and mundane medicine. Yet the Guild's control over healing supplies has created opportunities for profiteering that mock their stated commitment to preserving life. Medicines that could be produced cheaply are priced beyond the reach of those who need them most, while alternative healing traditions are suppressed through licensing requirements that favor Guild members over equally qualified practitioners from different cultural backgrounds. The Launderers Guild maintains the hygiene standards that prevent the spread of diseases that periodically devastate urban populations, their members providing services that range from simple cleaning to the magical purification that removes contamination too dangerous for conventional washing methods. Guildmistress Habla Doomthorn has elevated laundry from mundane necessity to essential public health service, her innovations in cleaning techniques and contamination detection preventing epidemics, while her training programs ensure that Guild members can handle even the most dangerous cleaning challenges safely. Yet the Guild's access to private belongings has created opportunities for espionage that extend far beyond simple cleaning. Clothing and linens reveal information about their owners' activities and associations, while the Guild's delivery services provide cover for intelligence gathering that serves purposes having nothing to do with cleanliness. The most careful order of skilled smiths and metal forgers represents the pinnacle of metallurgical achievement, their members creating products that transcend mere craftsmanship to approach the level of magical artistry. The Order's admission requirements ensure that only the most skilled practitioners gain access to techniques and materials that represent centuries of accumulated knowledge. Order Master J. Silvermane has advanced metalworking to levels that rival divine creation in their perfection. His innovations in alloy composition and forging techniques producing materials whose properties exceed anything previously achievable through mundane means. His workshops serve as training centers where the next generation of master craftsmen learn skills that preserve humanity's most precious technological heritage. Yet the Order's exclusivity has created a two-tier system that perpetuates inequality while stifling innovation. Promising young smiths from modest backgrounds find themselves excluded from advancement opportunities, regardless of their talent, while established members receive preferential access to materials and contracts that ensure their continued dominance. The Guild of Stonecutters and Masons shapes the physical foundation upon which Waterdeep's greatness rests, their members possessing skills that transform raw stone into structures capable of supporting the weight of civilization, while enduring for centuries without significant maintenance. Guildmaster Brondar Hornraven has elevated masonry to an art form that combines engineering precision with aesthetic beauty. His innovations in stone cutting and joint design, allowing the construction of buildings that achieve unprecedented grandeur while maintaining structural integrity that will outlast their builders by generations. Yet the Guild's control over construction materials has created opportunities for corruption that undermine the very stability they claim to provide. Inferior stone passes inspection when accompanied by appropriate payments, while structures that should last for centuries develop problems within decades due to compromised materials and shortcuts that prioritize profit over safety. The Stable Masters and Farriers Guild maintains the animals that provide transportation and labor essential to Waterdeep's operation, their members possessing skills that ensure horses, mules, and exotic mounts receive care that keeps them healthy and productive, while their farriery services provide the specialized metalwork that allows hooved animals to work on stone streets without injury. Guildmaster Olasco Grip has revolutionized animal care through innovations that combine traditional veterinary techniques with magical healing, his methods achieving health outcomes that extend working animal lifespans while reducing the suffering that accompanies heavy labor. Yet the Guild's involvement in exotic animal trade has drawn them into relationships with suppliers whose capture and transportation methods involve cruelty that would shock citizens who see only the well-cared-for animals in city stables, creatures torn from their natural habitats and subjected to training methods that break their spirits while preparing them for lives of servitude. The Surveyors, Map, and Chartmakers Guild provides the geographical knowledge essential for navigation and exploration, while creating the legal documentation that establishes property boundaries and territorial claims. The Guild's maps represent the accumulated knowledge of generations of explorers, while their surveying services ensure that land ownership disputes can be resolved through measurement rather than violence. Guildmaster Clytemnestra has advanced cartographic science through innovations that combine mathematical precision with magical detection, her maps achieving accuracy levels that exceed anything previously available, while incorporating information about magical phenomena and dimensional anomalies that affect navigation in areas where conventional geography provides inadequate guidance. Yet the Guild's monopoly over geographical information has created opportunities for manipulation that affect everything from military planning to commercial investment. Maps that omit crucial details or include deliberately misleading information can misdirect enemies while providing competitive advantages to those who possess accurate charts. The relationship between the Guild system and Waterdeep's official government creates tensions that reflect fundamental conflicts between democratic governance and economic oligarchy. The Lord's commitment to serving the public interest often conflicts with Guild policies that prioritize member welfare over broader social concerns, while the Guild's economic power provides leverage that can force political compromise even when public welfare demands firm action. The recent Guild strike that paralyzed essential services for weeks demonstrated both the extent of Guild power and the dangers inherent in allowing private organizations to control public necessities. Citizens, who had no voice in Guild governance, found themselves subjected to hardships that were resolved only when political leaders agreed to concessions that compromised their ability to regulate Guild activities in the public interest. The emergence of cross-Guild alliances has created power blocks that rival political parties in their influence, while lacking the accountability that democratic institutions theoretically provide. Agreements between major guilds can effectively dictate city policy without any input from citizens who are affected by those decisions, while opposition to guild positions can result in economic retaliation that makes political resistance economically suicidal. As we conclude our examination of the guild system that has transformed Waterdeep from a simple trading port into the most economically sophisticated city in the known realms, we are confronted with the eternal question of whether professional organization ultimately serves or subverts the common good. The guilds have indeed protected their members from exploitation while advancing standards of quality and safety that benefit everyone. Yet their success has also created new forms of exploitation that may be more subtle but are no less damaging than the abuses they originally sought to prevent. In the grand halls where guild masters make decisions that affect millions of lives, we see reflected the fundamental tension between collective action and individual freedom. The same organizational strength that protects workers from abuse can equally well be used to suppress innovation and stifle competition, while the professional standards that ensure quality can become barriers that perpetuate inequality and exclusion. The guilds of Waterdeep stand as monuments to human cooperation and human avarice in equal measure, their achievements inseparable from their corruption. In their rise to power, we see both the promise and the peril of organized society, the capacity to create institutions that serve the common good, coupled with the inability to prevent those institutions from developing appetites and ambitions that ultimately serve only themselves. Perhaps their greatest lesson lies not in what they have accomplished, but in what they reveal about the eternal struggle between the ideals that inspire collective action and the realities that corrupt it once power becomes its own reward. Chapter 9. Magic in the Metropolis. In no realm of human endeavor is the distance between aspiration and achievement so vast as in the pursuit of magical mastery, where the same forces that promise to elevate mortals beyond their natural limitations carry within them the seeds of corruption that can reduce the most noble souls to shadows of their former selves. In Waterdeep, where arcane power flows through the very stones of the city like blood through living veins, we witness both the greatest triumph of magical civilization and its most profound dangers, for in creating a society where the impossible becomes routine, the city has also created conditions where the boundary between miracle and catastrophe grows thinner with each passing spell. The magical infrastructure that permeates every aspect of Waterdeep's daily life represents an achievement that would have seemed impossible to the primitive societies that first discovered the arcane arts. Yet this same achievement has created dependencies and vulnerabilities that could destroy the city more thoroughly than any conventional enemy. Here, where magic serves purposes as mundane as lighting streets, and as exalted as preserving life itself, we find reflected the eternal question of whether power that transcends natural law can ever be wielded without ultimately transcending moral law as well. The Blackstaff Tower rises from the heart of the castle ward, like a needle of crystallized ambition, its impossible architecture serving as both symbol and warning of what becomes possible when magical theory is pushed beyond the boundaries of conventional wisdom. Within its walls, which exist partially in this dimension and partially in realms where geometry follows different rules, the Blackstaff and his apprentices pursue research that advances human understanding of the fundamental forces that govern reality itself. The current Blackstaff, Vajra Safar, embodies both the promise and the peril of unlimited magical power. Her mastery of arcane theory has allowed her to achieve effects that rival those of the gods themselves, while her commitment to protecting Waterdeep has made her one of the most formidable defenders any city has ever possessed. Yet the same power that makes her invaluable as a protector has isolated her from the human experiences that once provided moral guidance, leaving her to make decisions that affect millions of lives while lacking the emotional connections that might temper her actions with mercy. The Blackstaff's relationship with the city's official government illustrates the complex dynamics that emerge when arcane power intersects with political authority. While theoretically serving as an advisor to the lords of Waterdeep, her capabilities are so far beyond those of conventional authorities that she operates essentially without oversight, her actions limited only by her own judgment of what serves the city's interests. The recent incident involving temporal manipulation demonstrates both the scope of the Blackstaff's power and the dangers inherent in wielding abilities that can rewrite the fundamental nature of reality. When a cult of Sirik attempted to assassinate several key city officials simultaneously, Vajra's response involved reversing time locally around each target, undoing the attacks while leaving the assassins to experience their own deaths in an endless loop of temporal repetition. While this intervention saved innocent lives and eliminated a genuine threat, it also raised troubling questions about the precedents being established. If magical authority can override the natural flow of time itself, what limitations remain on the power that mages can wield over those they claim to protect? The fact that no one except Vajra herself possesses sufficient understanding of temporal mechanics to evaluate the long-term consequences of her actions highlights the degree to which magical governance has moved beyond any possibility of democratic accountability. The School of Wonder, represents Waterdeep's commitment to magical education, its halls filled with students whose talents range from simple hedge magic to theoretical insights that could revolutionize arcane practice. The school's curriculum balances practical spell training with philosophical instruction, designed to instill the ethical restraints that prevent magical power from corrupting those who wield it. Yet the very existence of such instruction acknowledges the ever-present danger that students might choose power over principle. Headmaster Malcor Harpel has dedicated his career to advancing magical education while maintaining the moral standards that distinguish civilization from mere technical achievement. His innovations in teaching methodology have made complex magical theory accessible to students who might otherwise lack the background necessary for advanced study, while his emphasis on ethical instruction has produced graduates whose commitment to public service tempers their pursuit of personal power. Harpel acknowledges the fundamental challenge that faces any institution attempting to regulate magical education. The most promising students are often those whose ambitions extend beyond conventional moral boundaries, while the techniques necessary for advanced magical practice inevitably provide capabilities that can be used for purposes that the school's ethical instruction would condemn. The recent controversy surrounding the enchantment studies program illustrates these difficulties clearly. While the curriculum officially focuses on beneficial applications of mind-affecting magic, such as healing psychological trauma and improving educational outcomes, the same techniques can equally well be used for manipulation and control that would reduce victims to puppets, dancing to their master's whims. The Guild of Fine Carvers has evolved far beyond its origins as a simple craftsmen's association to become a center of magical research that combines artistic creativity with arcane theory in ways that produce results neither could achieve independently. The Guild's members create magical items that transcend mere functionality to become works of art whose beauty enhances their practical effects, while their mastery of enchantment techniques allows them to embed complex spells into objects that will preserve and focus magical energies for centuries. Guildmaster Avi represents the pinnacle of magical craftsmanship, his creations achieving perfect harmony between aesthetic beauty and arcane function, while incorporating innovations that advance the theoretical understanding of how magic interacts with physical materials. His workshops serve as laboratories where the boundaries between art and magic are explored and ultimately transcended through techniques that treat creativity itself as a form of magical energy. Yet the Guild's involvement in creating magical weapons and defensive items has drawn them into the same moral complexities that affect all who profit from human conflict. The same skills that create beautiful jewelry and decorative objects can equally well produce instruments of torture and oppression, while the Guild's reputation for quality ensures that their products will be sought by those whose purposes extend far beyond legitimate defense. The House of Wonder serves as Waterdeep's primary temple to Mystra, while functioning as a center of magical research that preserves knowledge accumulated over millennia of arcane study. The temple's libraries contain spells and techniques that exist nowhere else in the known realms, while its vaults hold magical artifacts whose power rivals that of legendary relics, while their research laboratories provide facilities for experiments that require divine blessing to prevent catastrophic failure. High Priestess Nindra Galahar embodies the ideal synthesis of religious devotion and magical scholarship. Her understanding of divine magic, enhanced by theoretical insights that allow her to achieve effects that transcend the boundaries between arcane and divine power. Her leadership has transformed the House of Wonder from a simple temple into a center of learning that rivals the greatest magical academies, while maintaining the spiritual foundation that provides moral guidance for magical practice. Yet the House's involvement in magical weapons research during times of crisis has created ethical dilemmas that challenge the peaceful principles that supposedly guide divine magic. The same spells that heal and protect can be modified to cause suffering and destruction, while the knowledge preserved in the temple's libraries includes techniques that could devastate entire regions if employed by those lacking sufficient wisdom or restraint. The Watch's Magical Crimes Division attempts to regulate the use of arcane power within Waterdeep's borders, while investigating incidents that involve magical techniques beyond the understanding of conventional law enforcement. The division's officers receive training in magical theory and detection techniques that allow them to recognize spell effects and trace their origins, yet their authority depends ultimately upon the cooperation of mages whose power far exceeds anything that mundane law enforcement can bring to bear. Captain Saith Cromley has pioneered investigative techniques that combine traditional detective work with magical analysis, his methods achieving remarkable success in solving crimes that would otherwise remain mysteries, while his diplomatic skills have enabled cooperation between magical and mundane authorities that seemed impossible when he first assumed command. Yet the division's effectiveness is limited by the fundamental asymmetry between magical criminals and mundane law enforcement. A single skilled mage can cause more damage than an army of conventional criminals, while remaining essentially immune to normal police methods, creating situations where the division must rely upon magical authorities whose own oversight remains questionable. The recent case involving illusion-based financial fraud demonstrates both the division's capabilities and their limitations while they successfully traced the magical techniques used to create false documents and manipulate perception. The actual arrest required cooperation from the Blackstaff's office, since the perpetrator's defensive spells made him immune to conventional weapons and restraint methods. The Vintners, Distillers and Brewers Guild has incorporated magical techniques into traditional brewing and distilling processes, creating beverages whose effects transcend mere intoxication to include healing properties, enhanced perception, and temporary magical abilities. The Guild's master brewers possess knowledge that combines centuries of traditional craft with arcane theory that treats fermentation as a form of alchemical transformation. Master brewer Taman Lineholder has revolutionized alcoholic beverage production through innovations that incorporate magical ingredients and enchantment techniques, his creations achieving effects that blur the line between recreational drinking and magical potion consumption, while maintaining the social traditions that make taverns centers of community life. Yet the Guild's production of magically enhanced beverages has created public health concerns conventional regulation cannot adequately address. Drinks that provide temporary magical abilities can have unpredictable side effects when consumed by individuals with latent magical talents, while beverages that enhance perception can reveal information that the drinker lacks the wisdom to interpret safely. The Magicians and Prestidigitators Alliance provides entertainment that showcases magical abilities while maintaining the careful distinction between genuine arcane power and skillful illusion. The Alliance's members possess varying degrees of actual magical talent, from simple hedge wizards to accomplished illusionists whose stage performances demonstrate abilities that would be impressive even in serious magical practice. Alliance leader Matrim Talax has elevated magical entertainment to an art form that combines genuine wonder with theatrical presentation, his performances achieving effects that amaze even experienced mages, while his educational programs help the general public understand the difference between entertainment magic and the dangerous forces that genuine spellcasters manipulate. Yet the Alliance's activities sometimes provide cover for more serious magical practitioners who prefer to operate without attracting official attention. Criminals who use illusion magic to commit fraud or espionage can hide among entertainers whose similar abilities provide perfect camouflage, while the Alliance's performance venues serve as meeting places where illegal magical activities can be planned under the cover of legitimate entertainment. The Scribes, Clerks, and Accountants Guild has incorporated magical techniques into record-keeping and documentation processes that ensure the accuracy and security of information that forms the foundation of Waterdeep's commercial and governmental operations. The Guild's members employ enchantments that prevent forgery and detect tampering, while their magical filing systems allow instant retrieval of information from archives that would otherwise require days to search. Guildmaster Renown has pioneered documentation techniques that combine traditional writing with magical preservation methods, his innovations ensuring that important records will remain legible and accessible for centuries, while his security enchantments protect sensitive information from unauthorized access or alteration. Yet the Guild's monopoly over magical documentation has created opportunities for information manipulation that threaten the integrity of legal and commercial systems. Records that can be altered through magical means, while appearing unchanged to conventional inspection, provide tools for fraud that could destabilize entire sectors of the economy, while the Guild's access to confidential information makes them powerful players in political and commercial competition. The alchemy shops scattered throughout Waterdeep's markets provide magical services and supplies that bring arcane benefits within reach of citizens who lack the training necessary for spellcasting, their proprietors serving as intermediaries between the magical community and the general population, while their products demonstrate how magical theory can be applied to solve practical problems. Master Alchemist Enna Folivar has revolutionized potion production through innovations that combine traditional herbalism with advanced magical theory, her products achieving effects that rival formal spells while remaining accessible to users who possess no magical training themselves. Her shops serve as centers of magical education, where citizens can learn to identify and safely use magical items, while her consultation services help individuals understand how magic might address their specific needs. Yet the alchemical trade has attracted practitioners whose commitment to safety and quality falls far short of professional standards. Poorly made potions can have effects ranging from simple ineffectiveness to catastrophic poisoning, while unscrupulous alchemists sometimes sell products that achieve their promised effects through methods that create dangerous dependencies or long-term health consequences. The Watchful Order of Magists and Protectors serves as Waterdeep's official organization of licensed spellcasters, their members providing magical services that support city government, while their regulatory authority ensures that magical practice within the city's borders meets minimum standards of safety and competence. Order leader Maskar Wands has transformed the organization from a simple professional association into a quasi-governmental agency that exercises real authority over magical practice while maintaining the collegial traditions that make cooperation between diverse magical practitioners possible. His leadership has achieved remarkable success in balancing the need for regulation against the independence that magical creativity requires. Yet the Order's regulatory authority creates potential conflicts of interest that could compromise their effectiveness. Members who profit from providing magical services to the city government may be reluctant to enforce regulations that could affect their own business interests, while the Order's close relationship with official authorities makes them vulnerable to political pressure that could influence their professional judgments. The magic item trade that flourishes in Waterdeep's markets demonstrates both the benefits and dangers of making magical power available through commercial channels. Citizens who could never afford formal magical training can purchase items that provide protective effects or practical capabilities, while the competitive market helps ensure that prices remain reasonable and quality standards are maintained. Master Enchanter Obaya Uday has pioneered mass production techniques that make basic magical items affordable for ordinary citizens, while maintaining quality standards that ensure safety and reliability. Her workshops employ hundreds of skilled craftsmen whose specialized knowledge allows them to create magical items more efficiently than traditional methods, while her distribution network makes these products available throughout the city. Yet the democratization of magical power through commercial channels has created new forms of inequality and exploitation. Those who can afford the most powerful magical items gain advantages that transcend anything that personal skill or effort could achieve, while the magical protection that wealth can purchase makes the gap between rich and poor a matter of safety as well as comfort. The street magic that flourishes in Waterdeep's poorer districts represents both the resilience of magical tradition and the dangers that result when arcane knowledge is transmitted without proper instruction or oversight. Self-taught mages develop techniques that sometimes achieve remarkable results, while lacking the theoretical foundation that would allow them to understand or control the forces they manipulate. Hedge Wizard Zentara Pulmak embodies both the promise and the peril of informal magical education, her intuitive understanding of arcane principles, allowing her to achieve effects that rival those of formally trained wizards, while her lack of theoretical knowledge sometimes leads to magical accidents that endanger herself and her neighbors. The Watch's attempts to regulate street magic have achieved limited success due to the difficulty of distinguishing between harmless folk magic and dangerous amateur experimentation. Many traditional healing and protection techniques employ principles that formal magical theory recognizes as genuinely effective, while some apparently innocuous practices can have consequences that extend far beyond their practitioner's understanding. The magical accidents that periodically disrupt Waterdeep's normal operations demonstrate the inherent risks that accompany a society where arcane power has become integrated into daily life. Spells that malfunction can have effects ranging from minor inconvenience to major catastrophe, while the interaction between different magical effects can produce results that no single practitioner anticipated or intended. The recent incident involving the temporal distortion that aged several city blocks by decades in a matter of minutes illustrates the scope of potential magical disasters, while the immediate effects were ultimately reversed through intervention by the Blackstaff. The psychological trauma experienced by residents who lived through accelerated time may have permanent consequences that conventional healing cannot address. The magical monitoring systems that attempt to detect and prevent such accidents represent a technological achievement that rivals any civilization's greatest innovations, yet these same systems create privacy concerns that challenge fundamental assumptions about individual freedom. Citizens who live under constant magical surveillance may be safer from magical accidents, but they also sacrifice the privacy that democratic societies consider essential to personal liberty. As we conclude our examination of magic's role in shaping Waterdeep's character and destiny, we are confronted with questions that have no easy answers. The same forces that have elevated the city to unprecedented heights of prosperity and achievement also threaten to transform it into something that its founders would not recognize as human civilization. The magical power that flows through Waterdeep's streets like an invisible river carries within its currents both the promise of transcendence and the threat of corruption, its benefits inseparable from its dangers. In the towers where mages pursue knowledge that could reshape reality itself, we see reflected the eternal human struggle between the desire to improve our condition and the wisdom to recognize the limits that preserve our humanity. Magic in Waterdeep serves as both the city's greatest strength and its most fundamental vulnerability, providing capabilities that make possible achievements beyond mortal dreams, while creating dependencies and dangers that could destroy everything those achievements have built. Perhaps the greatest lesson to be drawn from the magical Metropolis is not about the power that magic provides, but about the courage required to wield such power wisely. The recognition that true strength lies not in the ability to reshape the world, but in the wisdom to know when such reshaping serves purposes greater than our own ambition. Chapter 10. Heroes and Villains. Cities do not merely house the souls who walk their streets. They forge them in the crucible of opportunity and temptation, shaping heroes from those who rise to meet their greatest challenges, while creating villains from those who succumb to their darkest possibilities. In Waterdeep, where the concentration of wealth, power, and ambition exceeds that of any other urban center in the known realms, we witness the ultimate expression of this transformative process. A metropolis that has produced both the most noble champions and the most dangerous predators in recorded history, their legends intertwined like light and shadow dancing around the same flame. The greatest city in the world attracts greatness in all its forms, drawing to its gates those whose destinies cannot be contained within smaller stages. Yet greatness itself is morally neutral. The same qualities that elevate heroes to legendary status can equally well transform villains into threats that endanger entire civilizations. In the tales of those who have shaped Waterdeep's destiny through deed and choice, we find reflected the eternal truth that character is revealed not by the magnitude of one's power, but by the purposes to which that power is dedicated. The legend of Ogiron, the First Lord, stands as the foundational myth upon which all subsequent heroism in Waterdeep has been measured. His transformation from refugee mage to architect of civilization, representing the city's promise that anyone can transcend their origins through dedication to something greater than personal ambition. His innovations in governance and magical theory established precedents that have guided the city through centuries of crisis, while his personal example of power, wielded in service rather than self-aggrandizement, continues to inspire those who inherit the responsibilities he created. Yet even Ogiron's legacy carries shadows that complicate simple heroic narrative. His willingness to employ methods that skirted the edges of acceptable magical practice, his creation of systems that concentrated power in ways that could enable tyranny, and his establishment of precedents that allowed subsequent leaders to justify increasingly extreme measures in the name of protecting what he had built. The First Lord's greatest achievement was creating a city that could survive his death, yet that same achievement required compromises that would echo through the centuries in ways he could never have anticipated. The tragic figure of Semereza Sulfantis embodies the peculiar corruption that can afflict those born to nobility in a city where merit supposedly determines advancement. The younger son of a distinguished noble house, Semereza possessed intelligence, magical talent, and political connections that should have guaranteed him a place among Waterdeep's leaders, yet his inability to accept the limitations that the city's meritocratic ideals placed upon inherited privilege transformed him from potential hero into actual villain. His conspiracy to overthrow the lords of Waterdeep through a combination of blackmail, assassination, and magical compulsion represented perhaps the most sophisticated internal threat the city had ever faced, its failure due less to the conspirators' lack of skill than to their fundamental misunderstanding of what made Waterdeep worth preserving. Semereza's vision of restored aristocratic rule would have transformed the city into something entirely different, possibly more orderly, potentially more efficient, but certainly less capable of the innovation and adaptation that had made it great. The ultimate irony of Semereza's conspiracy was that its very sophistication demonstrated the kind of capabilities that Waterdeep's system was designed to cultivate and reward. Had he chosen to work within existing institutions rather than attempting to subvert them, his talents might have earned him the influence he craved through legitimate means. His transformation into a villain represented not the failure of Waterdeep's ideals, but his own failure to understand that true nobility must be earned rather than inherited. Mert the moneylender represents a different model of heroism, one that operates entirely outside official recognition, while achieving results that surpass many formally celebrated champions. His rise from sellsword to merchant prince to secret defender of the innocent demonstrates Waterdeep's capacity to transform even the most unlikely individuals into forces for good, while his methods illustrate the complex moral calculations that heroes must sometimes make when conventional virtue proves insufficient to address unconventional threats. Mert's approach to heroism embraces contradiction as a fundamental principle. He maintains a public reputation as a ruthless businessman whose only loyalty is to profit while secretly using his resources and connections to support causes that would horrify his commercial partners. His ability to function effectively within Waterdeep's criminal underworld while remaining true to principles of justice and protection represents a form of moral courage that formal paladins might find difficult to understand or emulate. The question of whether Mert serves as one of the secret lords of Waterdeep illustrates the complex relationship between heroism and authority in a city where power operates behind masks and anonymity. If he does hold such a position, his dual role as public businessman and secret ruler demonstrates the kind of sacrifice that effective governance sometimes requires, the willingness to be misunderstood and even despised by those one serves in order to serve them more effectively. Durnan the Wanderer embodies the heroism of endurance, his centuries-long tenure as proprietor of the Yawning Portal, demonstrating that sometimes the greatest service lies not in dramatic gestures, but in quiet consistency. His tavern serves as neutral ground where heroes and villains, adventurers and scholars, Nobles and commoners can meet and interact without the artificial barriers that divide them in other settings, while his personal example of integrity and fairness provides a moral anchor in a district where such qualities are often in short supply. Durnan's apparent immortality, or at least extraordinary longevity, raises questions about the true nature of heroism and the price that such service sometimes exacts. His refusal to explain how he has survived for so many centuries while maintaining his physical and mental capabilities suggests either magical enhancement or supernatural intervention, yet his commitment to his chosen role never wavers regardless of the personal cost such dedication requires. The wisdom that Durnan has accumulated through centuries of observation provides him with insights into human nature that few mortals could match, yet he employs this knowledge not for personal advantage, but to help others navigate the moral complexities that define life in Waterdeep. His ability to see through deception and manipulation, while maintaining compassion for those who struggle with choices between right and wrong, makes him a unique resource for heroes who seek guidance without judgment. Vajra Safar, the current Blackstaff, represents heroism on a scale that transcends normal human understanding. Her magical capabilities allowing her to single-handedly defend Waterdeep against threats that could destroy entire armies. Yet her transformation into a being whose power, Weber rivals that of minor deities, has also isolated her from the human experiences that once provided moral guidance, creating a form of heroism that operates according to principles that ordinary mortals can neither fully understand nor safely question. The burden of unlimited power that Vagra carries manifests in decisions that affect millions of lives while remaining beyond the comprehension of those who benefit from her protection. Her interventions in matters ranging from natural disasters to political conspiracies demonstrate capabilities that make her indispensable to Waterdeep's survival, yet the same capabilities raise troubling questions about the nature of free will in a city where one individual possesses the power to reshape reality according to her personal vision of what serves the greater good. Vara's relationship with her predecessor, and the manner in which she inherited the Blackstaff position, illustrate the complex dynamics that surround positions of ultimate responsibility. The magical artifact that grants its wielder near godlike power apparently chooses its own successors, according to criteria that remain mysterious, even to those who receive its blessing, suggesting that heroism at this level may be more a matter of cosmic selection than personal choice. The notorious Xanathar represents villainy elevated to the level of urban legend, the beholder crime lord's paranoid intelligence and vast criminal empire making him perhaps the single greatest internal threat that Waterdeep faces on a daily basis. His organization's activities span every illegal enterprise in the city, while his personal vendetta against surface dwellers in general, Waterdeep's authorities in particular, has claimed countless innocent lives over the decades of his reign in the city's underworld. Yet Xanathar's villainy operates according to a twisted logic that makes him paradoxically useful to the city's overall stability. His insistence on controlling rather than eliminating criminal activity means that other, potentially more dangerous criminal organizations cannot establish themselves in Waterdeep, while his paranoid nature makes him predictable enough that authorities can work around his activities when necessary. The question of why someone of Xanathar's capabilities and resources chooses to remain in Waterdeep rather than establishing his own domain elsewhere reveals important insights into the relationship between heroes and villains in the city's ecosystem. Even the greatest villains are shaped by the urban environment that produces them, their very opposition to civic order, paradoxically confirming the importance of what they seek to destroy. Jarlaxle of Bregandair embodies the moral ambiguity. Hat characterizes many of Waterdeep's most significant figures, his drow heritage and mercenary background, marking him as a natural enemy of surface civilization, while his actual activities often serve to protect the city from threats that official authorities cannot address through conventional means. His ability to operate simultaneously as criminal mastermind and unofficial defender demonstrates the complex moral calculations that define heroism in a city where simple categories of good and evil prove inadequate to address sophisticated threats. The transformation of Jarlax, from Drow Raider to Waterdeep Protector, illustrates the city's capacity to change even those who initially oppose its values, while his methods demonstrate that effective heroism sometimes requires employing techniques that conventional morality would condemn. His network of informants and operatives provides intelligence capabilities that rival those of official agencies, while his willingness to employ violence when necessary makes him effective against enemies who respect only strength. Jarlaxle's relationship with Waterdeep's authorities remains deliberately ambiguous, while he operates outside the law and maintains criminal enterprises. His larger agenda appears to align with the city's interests, often enough that official interference in his activities remains minimal. This arrangement illustrates the pragmatic approach to governance that characterizes Waterdeep's leadership, while raising questions about the moral compromises that effective rule sometimes requires. Volothamp Getterdarm represents heroism through documentation, his career as chronicler and explorer contributing to Waterdeep's understanding of the world beyond its borders, while his publications provide practical guidance that has saved countless lives. His willingness to venture into dangerous territories and investigate phenomena that more cautious scholars avoid makes him an invaluable resource for adventurers and authorities alike, while his accessible writing style has made esoteric knowledge available to broader audiences. Yet Volo's heroism operates according to principles that sometimes conflict with other forms of moral courage. His commitment to accurate reporting leads him to document activities and reveal information that might be better left secret, while his curiosity occasionally places him and others in danger that could be avoided through more prudent choices. His transformation from simple scholar to active participant in the events he chronicles illustrates the impossibility of remaining neutral when confronted with situations that demand moral choice. The influence that Volo's writings have had on Waterdeep's reputation throughout the realms demonstrates the power of information as a tool for both good and evil. Accurate knowledge that helps honest travelers avoid danger can equally well assist criminals in planning their activities, while romantic portrayals of adventure and exploration inspire some to heroism while leading others to reckless endangerment. The Castellanter family represents villainy that hides behind respectability, their noble status and charitable activities, providing cover for activities that would horrify the citizens who benefit from their generosity. Lord Victoro and Lady Amalia's transformation from loving parents into servants of diabolic powers illustrates how even the most admirable motivations can lead to corruption when pursued without moral restraint, while their children's fate demonstrates the innocent victims that such corruption inevitably claims. The Castellanters' public persona, as model nobles whose philanthropy sets standards for their peers, makes their hidden activities particularly dangerous. Their ability to operate within Waterdeep's highest social circles while serving powers that seek the city's ultimate destruction provides diabolic forces with influence that direct assault could never achieve. Their charitable works, genuine in their beneficial effects, serve the larger purpose of establishing trust and access that enable far more damaging activities. The family's ultimate fate, whether they will find redemption through sacrifice or damnation through completion of their diabolic bargains, remains unresolved, illustrating the ongoing nature of moral choice, even for those who have already compromised their principles. Their story serves as a warning about the dangers that threaten any society where appearance matters more than substance, where respectability can be purchased through wealth and status regardless of the methods used to acquire them. Manshun, the wizard, represents villainy that operates through patience and long-term planning, his centuries-long campaign to gain control over Waterdeep, demonstrating the kind of threat that conventional defenses cannot easily address. His mastery of magical theory combined with his understanding of political manipulation makes him perhaps the most dangerous enemy the city has ever faced, while his apparent immortality ensures that temporary defeats do nothing to reduce the long-term threat he represents. The multiple incarnations and clone bodies that Manshun employs to ensure his survival illustrate the sophistication of threats that a magical metropolis must be prepared to face. Enemies who can transcend death through arcane means require responses that go far beyond conventional military or law enforcement capabilities. His ability to influence events in Waterdeep, while maintaining his primary base of operations elsewhere, demonstrates the global nature of threats that local authorities must somehow address. Monsoon's relationship with other villains and his competition with rivals for control of criminal enterprises creates opportunities for heroes to exploit conflicts between evil factions, yet it also ensures that the destruction of any single threat simply creates space for others to expand their activities. His presence in Waterdeep's criminal underworld serves as a constant reminder that the city's prosperity and power make it a target for enemies whose ambitions transcend mere profit or local influence. The relationship between heroes and villains in Waterdeep extends beyond simple opposition to create a complex ecosystem where each defines and shapes the other. Heroes develop their capabilities and methods in response to the threats they face, while villains adapt their activities to account for the defenses arrayed against them. This evolutionary process has produced both champions and enemies whose sophistication exceeds anything seen in simpler environments, while the stakes involved in their conflicts have grown to encompass not merely local concerns, but the fate of civilizations. The question of whether Waterdeep creates heroes and villains, or merely attracts them from elsewhere, reflects deeper questions about the relationship between environment and character. While the city certainly provides opportunities and temptations that might not exist in other settings, the individuals who respond to those conditions bring with them qualities and choices that ultimately determine whether they serve the light or embrace the darkness. The legacy that heroes and villains leave in Waterdeep extends far beyond their individual achievements or crimes to influence the character of future generations. The examples they set, the institutions they create or destroy, and the precedents they establish continue to shape the city's development, long after their own stories have ended. In their choices we see reflected the eternal possibilities that define human nature, while in their fates we find lessons about the consequences that attend different approaches to the fundamental questions of power, responsibility, and moral choice. As we conclude our examination of the legendary figures who have shaped Waterdeep's destiny through their heroism and villainy, we are reminded that cities are ultimately collections of individual stories, tales of triumph and tragedy, wisdom and folly, sacrifice and selfishness that combine to create the larger narrative of civilization itself. In the greatest city in the known realms, these stories achieve a scope and significance that transcends the merely personal to become legends that inspire and warn all who hear them. The heroes and villains of Waterdeep stand as eternal reminders that every individual possesses the capacity for both greatness and corruption, their examples serving as guides for those who must navigate the moral complexities that define life in any age. In their struggles we see our own possibilities reflected, while in their choices we find the wisdom to recognize that heroism and villainy are not fixed destinies, but daily decisions that each soul must make anew with every sunrise that breaks over the harbor of dreams and nightmares. Chapter 11. Trials by Fire. In the crucible of crisis, the true character of civilizations is revealed, not in the monuments they build during times of prosperity, nor in the laws they craft when peace allows for leisurely deliberation, but in the choices they make when survival itself hangs in the balance, and every decision carries the weight of countless lives. Waterdeep has faced trials that would have shattered lesser cities, catastrophes that tested every institution, every alliance, and every principle upon which the great metropolis was founded. In these moments of ultimate testing, we see not merely the story of how one city survived, but the eternal drama of whether human civilization can transcend its limitations when confronted with forces that threaten its very existence. The trials that have shaped Waterdeep's character across the centuries share a common thread. Each demanded that the city's inhabitants choose between expediency and principle, between individual survival and collective responsibility, between preserving what they had built and risking everything to protect what they valued most. In their responses to these challenges, the citizens of Waterdeep have written the true constitution of their city in blood and sacrifice, creating precedents that guide behavior not through written law, but through the accumulated memory of what they have endured together. The Dragon Spear War marked the first great test of Waterdeep's ability to survive external threats that exceeded anything the city's founders had imagined when they established their refuge on the Sword Coast. When the forces of evil gathered beneath the banner of coalition warfare that united demons, devils, and mortal armies in common purpose, Waterdeep found itself facing enemies whose very existence challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality and the possibility of meaningful resistance against cosmic evil. The war's opening phases revealed weaknesses in Waterdeep's defenses that no amount of walls or weapons could address. How does a mortal city prepare for attacks that employ magical techniques drawn from infernal libraries, tactical innovations developed across millennia of planar warfare, and leadership provided by beings whose intelligence transcends human understanding? The initial defeats that scattered Waterdeep's armies and breached the city's outer defenses forced a recognition that conventional military thinking was inadequate to address unconventional threats. The transformation of Waterdeep's military doctrine during this period established precedents that would influence the city's approach to defense for centuries. The integration of magical and mundane forces into cohesive units, the development of communication networks that could function despite enemy attempts at magical disruption, and most importantly, the recognition that ultimate victory might require sacrifices that peacetime ethics would find unacceptable. General Baracus Torrentor embodied both the nobility and the moral complexity that characterized Waterdeep's response to existential crisis, his tactical brilliance enabling the city to survive attacks that should have proven fatal, while his willingness to employ methods that skirted the edges of acceptable warfare raised questions about the price of victory. His decision to employ captured demon weapons against their former owners demonstrated pragmatic wisdom, while establishing precedents that would trouble subsequent generations who inherited the consequences of his choices. The siege phase of the Dragon Spear War tested Waterdeep's social cohesion as severely as it challenged the city's military capabilities. When food supplies dwindled and civilian casualties mounted, the temptation to preserve elite populations at the expense of common citizens created fractures in the social contract that threatened to destroy the city from within, even as external enemies pressed their attacks from without. The Lord's decision to implement rationing systems that treated all citizens equally, regardless of wealth or status, represented a fundamental choice about the kind of society, while their establishment of civilian defense corps that armed and trained ordinary citizens demonstrated trust in democratic principles, even when such trust required placing weapons in the hands of those who might use them against their leaders rather than external enemies. The ultimate resolution of the Dragon Spear War came not through military victory in any conventio banal sense, but through magical intervention that raised troubling questions about the relationship between mortal agency and divine will. When the Blackstaff's desperate gambit summoned forces that turned the tide of battle, the city was preserved, but at the cost of creating dependencies on powers whose motives and ultimate goals remained mysterious to those who benefited from their intervention. The time of troubles brought a different kind of crisis, one that challenged not Waterdeep's physical survival, but its fundamental understanding of reality itself. When gods walked among mortals as vulnerable avatars, and the very nature of divine authority was called into question, the city found itself confronting philosophical challenges that threatened to undermine the spiritual foundations upon which its institutions rested. The presence of divine avatars within Waterdeep's borders created practical problems that no existing legal framework could adequately address. How does a mortal government maintain authority when beings of godlike power operate within its jurisdiction? The Lord's attempts to treat divine visitors as distinguished foreign dignitaries created precedents that stretched the concept of diplomatic immunity beyond any reasonable limit, while their efforts to maintain normal civic order in the presence of miraculous events tested the patience of citizens who witnessed the impossible becoming routine. The transformation of several prominent citizens into temporary vessels for divine consciousness illustrated the arbitrary nature of power that operates beyond human comprehension. Individuals who had lived ordinary lives suddenly found themselves wielding abilities that exceeded those of the city's greatest mages, while their personalities and memories were subsumed into cosmic purposes that bore no relationship to their previous concerns and aspirations. High Priestess L'Ariel Turnstones struggled to maintain her human identity, while serving as avatar to Tamora demonstrated the personal cost that cosmic events extract from those caught in the eye. Rad Wake, her gradual loss of individual memories and relationships, as divine consciousness expanded to fill her mortal frame, served as a reminder that even beneficial interventions by higher powers carry prices that mortals may find unacceptable to pay. The resolution of the time of troubles left Waterdeep permanently changed in ways that its inhabitants are still discovering. The brief period when divine power operated according to mortal limitations created new understanding of the relationship between faith and works, while the demonstration that gods could be killed or transformed suggested that even the most fundamental aspects of reality remain subject to change. The Spellplague catastrophe tested Waterdeep's ability to maintain civilization when the very forces upon which its prosperity depended became sources of chaos and destruction. The magical infrastructure that supported everything from basic sanitation to advanced communication suddenly became unreliable, while skilled practitioners found their abilities transformed in ways that made familiar spells produce unpredictable and often catastrophic results. The initial response to the Spellplague Rev yielded both the resilience and the vulnerability that characterized Waterdeep's magical civilization, while the city's extensive redundancy systems prevented immediate collapse. The gradual recognition that magical healing, transportation, and communication could no longer be taken for granted forced fundamental re-evaluations of urban planning and social organization. The emergence of spells-card individuals whose magical talents had been permanently altered by exposure to chaotic forces created new categories of citizenship that challenged existing legal and social frameworks. Were these transformed individuals still the same people they had been before their change, or had they become something else entirely? The legal and philosophical debates surrounding spells, car rights, and responsibilities reflected deeper questions about the nature of identity and community. Archmage Torlin Nightwind's research into spellplague effects advanced understanding of magical theory, while raising troubling questions about the ethical limits of experimentation. His techniques for stabilizing chaotic magic required test subjects, whose voluntary participation remained questionable, while his successes in treating spells' car conditions came at the cost of creating new forms of magical dependency that bound patients to continued treatment. The reconstruction efforts that followed the Spellplague's resolution demonstrated Waterdeep's capacity for adaptation, while revealing the permanent changes that crisis can force upon even the most established institutions. The new magical practices that emerged from necessity proved more robust than their predecessors, while requiring forms of cooperation between different magical traditions that had previously considered themselves incompatible. The Dragon Cult crisis brought threats that combined external military pressure with internal subversion, testing Waterdeep's ability to maintain security when enemies operated simultaneously as foreign invaders and domestic terrorists. The cult's ability to recruit followers from within the city's population, while coordinating with dragons attacking from outside, created challenges that required responses spanning the full spectrum from diplomacy to warfare. The investigation that uncovered the extent of cult infiltration revealed vulnerabilities in Waterdeep's security systems that had developed during periods of relative peace. The assumption that internal threats would operate according to conventional criminal patterns proved inadequate when dealing with fanatics whose ultimate loyalty transcended rational self-interest, while the cult's use of magical communication and coordination techniques exceeded the capabilities of normal law enforcement. Captain Marcus Stormwind's counterintelligence operations achieved remarkable success in identifying and neutralizing cult cells, while establishing precedents for surveillance and investigation that raised concerns about the balance between security and liberty. The methods necessary to defeat enemies who operated through deception and infiltration inevitably affected innocent citizens whose activities appeared suspicious to investigators, looking for hidden patterns of conspiracy. The final confrontation that saw all 8 walking statues activated simultaneously demonstrated both the awesome power at Waterdeep's disposal and the terrible risks that such power represented. While the cult's flying fortress was destroyed with minimal loss of civilian life, the revelation that the city possessed defenses capable of devastating entire armies raised questions about what other capabilities remained hidden within its borders. The aftermath of the Dragon Cult crisis left Waterdeep more secure but also more isolated, as neighboring cities and kingdoms recalculated their relationships with a power whose defensive capabilities exceeded their previous estimates. The diplomatic adjustments that followed illustrated how demonstrations of strength, even in purely defensive contexts, can alter political balances in ways that create new sources of potential conflict. The Shadow War represented perhaps the most insidious trial that Waterdeep has faced, a conflict where enemies operated through corruption and subversion rather than direct assault, seeking to transform the city from within while maintaining the appearance of normal governance and social order. The gradual recognition that established institutions had been penetrated by hostile agents forced citizens to question assumptions about trust and loyalty that formed the foundation of civic life. The investigation led by Lord Protector Varric Truthseeker revealed the extent to which shadow organizations had infiltrated every level of city government, while their methods of recruitment and control demonstrated sophistication that exceeded anything conventional counterintelligence had anticipated. The discovery that some infiltrators had been operating for decades while maintaining their original personalities and loyalties created nightmarish scenarios where friends and colleagues might be unknowing agents of enemy powers. The purification process that followed the Shadow War's resolution required techniques that bordered on inquisition in their scope and methods, magical and mundane interrogation procedures designed to identify compromised individuals inevitably affected innocent citizens whose only crime was associating with those who proved to be enemy agents, while the establishment of ongoing surveillance programs represented permanent changes to the relationship between government and governed. The tyranny of dragons tested Waterdeep's commitment to international cooperation when the city found itself serving as the primary coordination center for a coalition that included traditional enemies and uncomfortable allies. The requirement to work with organizations whose methods and goals conflicted with Waterdeep's values created moral dilemmas that had no easy resolution, while the city's role as neutral meeting ground forced accommodations that strained civic institutions. The Council of Waterdeep that emerged from this crisis established precedents for international cooperation that transcended the immediate threat that had created them. The diplomatic and logistical infrastructure developed to coordinate the anti-dragon coalition proved useful for addressing subsequent crises, while the personal relationships formed during the emergency created informal networks that influenced regional politics for generations. The recognition that some threats exceed the capacity of any city or kingdom to address independently led to institutional changes that balanced Waterdeep's sovereignty against its responsibilities as a regional power. The establishment of mutual defense agreements and intelligence sharing protocols represented calculated sacrifices of independence in exchange for collective security benefits that no amount of individual strength could provide. The elemental upheaval brought natural disasters whose scope and intensity exceeded anything in recorded history, testing every aspect of Waterdeep's emergency response capabilities, while forcing recognition that some catastrophes transcend human ability to prevent or control. The simultaneous manifestation of elemental portals that brought fire, flood, earthquake, and storm into the heart of the city created challenges that required responses spanning every aspect of civic organization. The evacuation procedures that moved hundreds of thousands of civilians to safety while maintaining enough population to keep essential services functioning demonstrated organizational capabilities that would have been impossible without the social cohesion that previous crises had created. The willingness of citizens to accept temporary hardships for collective benefit reflected trust in institutions that had earned credibility through consistent performance during previous emergencies. The magical intervention that ultimately resolved the elemental upheaval required cooperation between arcane and divine practitioners, whose philosophical differences had previously prevented collaboration. The recognition that existential threats demanded setting aside ideological purity in favor of practical effectiveness established precedents that influenced magical education practice for decades afterward. The recent Cult of the Dragon resurgence has tested lessons learned from previous crises while presenting new challenges that require innovative responses. The cult's adaptation of historical tactics to contemporary conditions demonstrates the evolutionary nature of threats that seek to exploit weaknesses in systems that have grown comfortable with familiar forms of danger. The integration of enhanced security measures with preservation of civic freedoms requires constant adjustment as new threats emerge, and existing ones adapt to countermeasures. The balance between vigilance and paranoia, between necessary precautions and excessive control, remains a dynamic challenge that each generation must address according to the specific conditions they face. As we conclude our examination of the trials that have tested Waterdeep's character and strength across the centuries, we are reminded that the true measure of civilization lies not in its ability to avoid crisis, but in its capacity to emerge from catastrophe with its essential values intact. The city that has survived dragons and demons, gods and shadows, elements and cultists, stands as testimony to the resilience that can emerge when individuals choose to subordinate personal interest to collective survival. The precedents established during these trials continue to influence how Waterdeep responds to new challenges, while the memory of past victories provides confidence that future crises can be survived through the same combination of courage, sacrifice, and wisdom that has carried the city through its darkest hours. Yet each trial has also left its mark, changing the city in ways that its founders could never have anticipated, and creating new vulnerabilities even as old ones were addressed. In the end, perhaps the greatest lesson to be drawn from Waterdeep's trials by fire is that survival is not a permanent achievement, but an ongoing process. Each generation must prove anew its worthiness to inherit the legacy that previous sacrifices have preserved, while preparing to face challenges that will test their own commitment to the principles that make civilization worth preserving. Chapter 12. The Eternal City. What transforms a collection of stone and mortar into something that transcends the mortality of those who built it? What elevates mere urban planning into a legacy that echoes through the ages, inspiring civilizations yet unborn, while serving as both beacon and warning to all who dare to dream of greatness? In Waterdeep we find our answer, not in the physical structures that rise above its harbor, magnificent though they may be, but in the ideas given form, the principles made manifest, and the eternal human struggle between aspiration and corruption played out on a stage grand enough to contain all the contradictions of mortal existence. Cities, like mortals, achieve immortality not through the preservation of their physical forms, but through the influence they exert upon those who come after them. The greatest among them become more than places; they become symbols, ideals, cautionary tales, and sources of inspiration that shape human imagination long after their original builders have returned to dust. Waterdeep has achieved this transcendence through a paradox that defines all true greatness, by embracing both its highest aspirations and its deepest flaws, by acknowledging that perfection is impossible, while never ceasing to strive for it nonetheless. The legacy that Waterdeep bequeaths to future generations extends far beyond the innovations in governance, commerce, and magical practice that have made it a model for urban development throughout the known realms. Its true gift to civilization lies in the demonstration that mortals can create something greater than themselves without losing their essential humanity, that it is possible to build institutions that transcend individual limitations, while remaining accountable to the individuals they serve. The masked lord system, for all its contradictions and potential for abuse, represents one of history's most ambitious attempts to create governance that serves the common good rather than personal ambition. While the system's practical implementation has often fallen short of its theoretical ideals, the underlying principle that true authority must be earned through service rather than claimed through birth or seized through force continues to influence political thought in ways that its creators could never have anticipated. The evolution of this governmental innovation demonstrates both the resilience and the fragility of institutional wisdom. Each generation of lords has faced the temptation to modify the system to serve their immediate needs, yet the core principle of accountable anonymity has survived precisely because it addresses fundamental problems that plague all forms of government. The challenge of balancing effective leadership with democratic accountability remains as relevant today as it was when Ogiron first donned the mask of office. The economic model that Waterdeep pioneered, the integration of guild organization with free market competition, the balance between local production and international trade, the accommodation of both legitimate commerce and necessary vice, has been replicated in cities throughout the realms, yet none have achieved quite the same synthesis of prosperity and stability. The secret lies not in the specific mechanisms employed, but in the recognition that economic policy must serve human needs rather than abstract principles. The guild system's evolution from protective association to quasi-governmental institution illustrates both the promise and the peril of organized labor. While collective action can indeed protect workers from exploitation and ensure quality standards that benefit consumers, the concentration of economic power in guild hands creates new opportunities for the very abuses that the system was designed to prevent. The ongoing tension between individual freedom and collective responsibility remains one of the fundamental challenges facing any society that seeks to balance efficiency with equity. Waterdeep's approach to magical integration represents perhaps its most significant contribution to human civilization, the demonstration that arcane power can be harnessed to serve mundane needs without inevitably corrupting the society that employs it. The city's magical infrastructure, from the walking statues that guard its borders to the enchantments that maintain its sanitation systems, proves that magic and technology need not be opposing forces, but can instead complement each other in ways that enhance human capability without replacing human agency. Yet this achievement came at costs that more cautious societies might find unacceptable. The dependencies that magical infrastructure creates, the vulnerabilities that arcane warfare exploits, and the moral compromises that magical solutions often require. The question of whether Waterdeep's magical prosperity justifies these risks remains open. While the city's experience provides invaluable data for other societies wrestling with similar choices about the role that arcane power should play in civic life, the cultural synthesis that Waterdeep has achieved, the blending of human traditions with influences from every intelligent species in the known realms, demonstrates the possibility of diversity without fragmentation, of tolerance without loss of identity. The city's ability to absorb and integrate foreign influences while maintaining its essential character provides a model for multicultural society that transcends simple coexistence to achieve genuine collaboration. This cultural achievement reflects deeper principles about the nature of civilization itself, the recognition that strength comes not from uniformity, but from the productive tension between different approaches to common problems, that innovation emerges from the intersection of diverse traditions, and that true unity is built through shared commitment to common values, rather than enforced conformity to common practices. The heroes and villains that Waterdeep has produced across the centuries reflect the moral complexity that characterizes all human achievement. The same urban environment that nurtures champions of justice also creates predators who exploit the vulnerable, while the opportunities that allow ordinary individuals to achieve greatness can equally well enable the ambitious to pursue power at any cost. The city serves as a laboratory for human nature, revealing both the heights and depths to which mortals can aspire. the relationship between individual character and social environment that Waterdeep XE Metropolis offers insights that extend far beyond urban planning, the recognition that external circumstances shape internal development, that institutional structures influence personal choices, and that the moral climate of a community affects the ethical decisions of its members. These insights carry implications for education, law enforcement, and social policy that remain relevant regardless of the specific challenges facing particular societies. The trials that have tested Waterdeep's resilience provide templates for crisis response that other communities can adapt to their own circumstances. The importance of maintaining social cohesion during external pressure, the necessity of preserving core values while adapting methods to meet unprecedented challenges, and the recognition that survival sometimes requires temporary sacrifices of principles that can be restored once immediate threats have been addressed. Yet these experiences also demonstrate the permanent changes that crisis inevitably brings. Each trial has left Waterdeep stronger in some ways, but also different from what it was before, while the measures adopted during emergencies have often persisted, long after the original justifications for them have disappeared. The balance between necessary adaptation and unnecessary transformation remains one of the most difficult judgments that any society must make when facing existential challenges. The physical infrastructure that Waterdeep has created, the harbor facilities that accommodate vessels from across the known realms, the transportation networks that move goods and people with unprecedented efficiency, the architectural achievements that inspire awe while serving practical functions, represents human engineering at its finest. Yet these accomplishments also illustrate the environmental costs that urban development inevitably imposes. The question of sustainability that Waterdeep's growth pattern raises reflects broader issues about the relationship between civilization and the natural world. The recognition that human prosperity depends ultimately upon ecological stability, that short-term economic gains must be balanced against long-term environmental costs, and that technological solutions to resource limitations often create new problems that require additional technological interventions. The diplomatic influence that Waterdeep exercises throughout the known realms demonstrates the soft power that comes from successful example. Other cities and kingdoms study Waterdeep's methods, not because they are forced to do so, but because they recognize the practical benefits that effective governance, prosperous commerce, and cultural achievement can provide. This influence operates through attraction rather than coercion, making it both more durable and more ethically defensible than power based purely on military superiority. Yet this influence also carries responsibilities that Waterdeep's leaders have not always acknowledged or accepted. The recognition that their decisions affect not only their own citizens, but also the countless individuals throughout the realms who look to the city as a model for their own development, that their failures as well as their successes will be imitated by those who lack the resources or experience to distinguish between effective and counterproductive policies. The intellectual legacy that Waterdeep has created through its libraries, schools, and research institutions represents perhaps its most enduring contribution to human knowledge, the preservation and advancement of learning that ensures each generation can build upon the achievements of its predecessors, rather than having to rediscover fundamental principles through trial and error. The city's commitment to education and scholarship has produced innovations that benefit the entire world, while creating human capital that ensures continued progress. The question of how to balance the preservation of traditional knowledge with the pursuit of new understanding remains one of the fundamental challenges facing any educational system. The recognition that some wisdom is timeless, while other knowledge becomes obsolete, that innovation requires both respect for the past and willingness to transcend its limitations, and that true education must teach not only what to think, but how to think about problems that have never been encountered before. Religious tolerance that Waterdeep has maintained despite housing temples to dozens of competing deities demonstrates the possibility of spiritual diversity without theological conflict. The recognition that different paths to transcendence can coexist peacefully when their adherents share commitment to common civic values, that religious conviction need not lead to religious persecution, and that spiritual authority can complement rather than compete with secular governance. This achievement reflects deeper insights about the relationship between faith and reason, between individual conscience and social order, between divine command and human responsibility. The theological debates that flourish in Waterdeep's temples and academies contribute to understanding of fundamental questions about meaning, purpose, and morality that transcend any particular religious tradition while enriching all of them. The artistic and cultural achievements that Waterdeep has fostered, the architectural innovations that marry beauty with function, the literary works that capture universal truths through particular stories, the musical traditions that blend diverse influences into new forms of expression, demonstrate the role that creative expression plays in defining and preserving civilization. Art serves not merely as decoration but as communication across time and space, conveying insights and experiences that no other medium can transmit. The question of how to support artistic creativity while maintaining cultural coherence reflects broader tensions between individual expression and social responsibility. The recognition that artists serve society by challenging its assumptions and conventions, that innovation requires freedom to experiment and even to fail, and that the long-term benefits of cultural creativity justify short-term disruptions to established patterns of thought and behavior. The environmental challenges that Waterdeep faces as its population and prosperity continue to grow illustrate problems that will only become more acute as human civilization expands. The disposal of waste products that natural systems cannot absorb, the consumption of resources at rates that exceed their renewable replacement, and the alteration of natural ecosystems in ways that may have irreversible consequences for the planet's ability to support life. The magical and technological solutions that Waterdeep has developed to address these challenges provide models that other communities can adapt, while also demonstrating the limitations that even the most advanced societies face when confronting problems that operate on scales beyond immediate human experience. The recognition that local solutions to global problems remain inadequate highlights the need for cooperation that transcends traditional political boundaries. The social inequalities that persist within Waterdeep, despite its overall prosperity, remind us that urban success does not automatically translate into universal benefit. The same economic dynamism that creates opportunities for advancement also generates disparities in wealth and status that can become entrenched across generations, while the cultural sophistication that characterizes urban life can become a barrier that excludes those who lack access to education and refinement. The question of how to preserve incentives for individual achievement, while ensuring that basic needs are met for all citizens, reflects fundamental tensions about justice, merit, and social responsibility that no society has fully resolved. Waterdeep's approach to these challenges, through guild organization, charitable institutions, and public works, provides one model among many, while its limitations highlight the ongoing nature of social problems that require continuous attention rather than permanent solutions. The military innovations that Waterdeep has pioneered, the integration of magical and mundane forces, the development of defensive systems that deter rather than merely resist attack, and the creation of international alliances that pool resources, while preserving sovereignty, have influenced military thinking throughout the realms, while raising questions about the relationship between security and freedom that remain unresolved. The walking statues that guard the city represent, perhaps, the ultimate expression of defensive capability. Yet their existence also symbolizes the moral compromises that absolute security requires. The creation of sentient beings for the sole purpose of enslaving them to serve as weapons, the concentration of destructive power that could devastate friendly as well as enemy forces, and the establishment of precedents that could justify increasingly extreme measures in the name of protection. Legacy of crisis management that Waterdeep's experiences have created provides insights into institutional resilience that remain relevant regardless of the specific challenges facing particular societies, the importance of maintaining redundant systems that can continue functioning when primary mechanisms fail, the necessity of preserving social cohesion during periods of extreme stress, and the recognition that adaptation often requires abandoning familiar methods in favor of untested alternatives. Yet these experiences also demonstrate the permanent changes that crisis response inevitably brings, emergency measures that become permanent features of governance, social relationships that are altered by shared trauma, and institutional structures that evolve to address threats that may never recur while becoming less effective at handling the routine challenges of normal times. As we reach the conclusion of our examination of Waterdeep's character and achievements, we are confronted with questions that transcend the particular circumstances of any single city. What does it mean to build something that will outlast its builders? How can mortals create institutions that serve purposes greater than individual ambition, while remaining accountable to the individuals they claim to serve? What price is worth paying for greatness, and who has the right to determine whether that price should be paid? Waterdeep offers no easy answers to these eternal questions, but its experience provides invaluable data for those who must wrestle with similar challenges in their own times and places. The city's achievements demonstrate what becomes possible when human capabilities are organized and directed toward common purposes, while its failures remind us that even the most noble intentions can produce unintended consequences that haunt future generations. In the end, perhaps Waterdeep's greatest gift to civilization lies not in the solutions it has discovered, but in the problems it has illuminated. The recognition that building something worthy of preservation requires constant vigilance against the corruption that success inevitably brings, that maintaining freedom requires accepting risks that security-minded authorities would prefer to eliminate, and that true greatness emerges not from the absence of flaws, but from the ongoing struggle to transcend them. The crown jewel of the Sword Coast stands today as it has for centuries, magnificent and flawed, inspiring and troubling, a testament to human potential and a warning about human limitations. In its towers and harbors, its triumphs and tragedies, we see reflected our own possibilities and our own choices. The question that remains is not whether we can equal Waterdeep's achievements, but whether we can learn from both its successes and its failures to build something even greater, communities that preserve all that is best in human civilization, while avoiding the traps that have claimed so many previous attempts at perfection. The Eternal City endures not because it has solved the fundamental problems of human society, but because it continues to wrestle with them in ways that inspire those who come after to continue the struggle. In this ongoing commitment to the pursuit of imperfect progress, we find the true source of its immortality, the recognition that the work of civilization is never finished, that each generation must take up the tools that previous generations have provided, while adding their own innovations to the legacy they will pass on to their children.